Now, you see, this is why I should not get back into Magic at any point, because... Oop. Yes, usually somebody does say something before the stream starts. What I'm going to say before stream starts is, hello, I'm wearing my shirt, because clearly we're about to Mahjong, and this is the finals, and if any time it has to be worn. Second bit of bad news, I'm going to have to now put on a jumper and probably my coat a bit later, because again, the heating is out. Thankfully, it's just about warm enough in here at the moment. I had the heater in until just a few moments ago, which unfortunately has to be plugged into the corridor outside, because I have no spare plug sockets because of this thing. And 2 monitors and whatever else. So, yeah, I'm staring at Magic the Gathering, and I've been playing that again recently with Dylan's for projects, and I went on to a Twisted Cube draft this week. Finished second, which, you know, was a surprise. The first time I've played any kind of even silly competitive Magic in ages. And suddenly I'm remembering all the old ones. Although this does look cool. This does look cool, I will concede. Anyway, as I say, I've had a bit of a bad week. I've been up at 4 a.m. for the past 4 days, so I am likely to at some stage just collapse sideways. If that does happen, can somebody please just ping my brother Slimeboy and get him to prod me with a stick, and I'll get back to playing Mahjong. Sure, I also forgot, on top of everything else, to bring my fancier spreadsheet, so now all I have is this basic thing which I've knocked up inside 2 minutes. This is the current state of play as we begin. I am on top with a plus score of 304. Viking is my nearest opponent with 228. Draconis is sitting in his traditional third place at 68 points. Jesper is slightly behind, and then Keishi and JPB bringing up the rear. Now, I imagine that some people are already in the thing. I certainly am, but I haven't checked. Okay, we have 2. I'm going to go straight into this because I have no idea how many games we're going to get played. We shall see. But the plan is we're streaming till midnight, and at midnight, the winner of the trophy will be revealed. Yep, the trophy. I have an actual trophy with a clear Mahjong tile for no reason. It's probably not going to be part of the trophy if I don't win it. Because I kind of need that for Washizu Mahjong with Vanna over in America. So, let the games begin. It is Draconis, Jesper, Viking, and myself. It is the 4. Let us begin. I start south round. I need some luck. Because honestly, I need some luck this week. I've had so many bad train journeys, so many rubbish things going on. It is a beautiful trophy. It is opulent and amazing. Yes, please mute the stream. Let us... No, I wasn't joking. I had an actual small trophy. Did you think I was joking about that? Jeez, I don't joke about things. I'm too tired to joke about things. Alright, so 2 White Dragons have been played. We now have the 6-7, which is nice there. Looking at the possible Itsu. We'll get that out of the way to start with, because this looks like a possible Itsu. I want actually 2 Souths have been played. There's no point in holding on to that any longer. But yes, I've been playing Magic the Gathering. It's not a good state of mind to be in. But you know, it's the only time I can remember finishing second in a draft in quite a while. I mean, I tried to get back into it around the when was it? When would it have been? I don't know how many sets ago. I kind of stopped playing around Lorwyn to a reference. I'm vaguely aware of the Innistrad block, but I'm sure it was after that the Angel style block, which name escapes me right now. Oh, Southeastern, yeah. In free journeys, I got up at 4 a.m. to get in an hour early for work because they were paying overtime. And you know me, I'm always willing to pay overtime to put hours in for that. First time, bridge got hit at East Malling, meaning I was stuck in a train for 90 minutes waiting for them to clear that. Oh, it's worse. It's worse. Okay, one Dora. I might actually just switch that up. Go this way around. I should really be paying attention to what other people are doing, but... Ugh. I'll Salvation do that because I tried to claim my ticket back once and now I get spammed by them. Green Dragon is okay to get rid of here. This is not really developed anywhere, but it's not far away. If I can complete this, if I can draw another 7 dot, that means I am looking at Itsu Dora 2, which wouldn't be bad. Itsu Dora 2 is Mungan. It's even callable because I can always call the 3 and that leaves me the 6 open. Actually, I would say the Twisted Cube draft I was playing in. Oh, that's horrible. So I swap out for Pinfu at this stage, or do I just? Nah. I am playing it on tabletop with Dylan, but actually I am playing on Magic Online as well. That's what I meant by the Twisted Cube draft thing. I'm back on that, and as I was sort of showing before this started, I found this. I want that. Also, that's for League Table, not the actual thing. I need to get back into the game. There we are. Northwind. I have too many windows open. I should probably move those, but... yeah, I am playing it on Tabletop Simulator as well. Should also move that slightly, just so it's not going to get covered up by that. Okay, 9 dot, I think, is not very helpful to us right now. I mean, as I say, Lorwyn was fun when I stopped playing in tournaments and stopped playing competitive. And honestly, I've been playing competitive since Scourge. Well, actually, earlier than Scourge. What's that block? Onslaught block. So I know quite a lot about that period of Magic, just as we moved into what is now considered modern. I know far too much about this, so if I'm boring you with Mahjong stuff, the alternative is Magic. I could become a Magic streamer, but I like Mahjong enough, so we'll stick with that for the moment. That is not helpful. Is the 4 necessarily safe? I don't think it is. We'll dump the 7 at this stage, just on the off chance. I do not want to have to get rid of Adora, but... well, I mean, I was half contemplating doing sort of midweek streams of it, but I'm not going to be back in the country for a long time. I do not want to play any of these particularly, but the one's fine. We've done it. It wasn't all that good, in all honesty. It's not bad, certainly, but it got a bit samey. Is the East okay? I don't think the East is okay. I'm going to dump my pair here. We've definitely folded this one. Yeah, East is still alive. I'm paying enough attention, and my senses are going, do not, do not. Okay. Oh, no 10 off round. We're playing very conservative for game 1. But no, I had nothing helpful there particularly. I could have possibly swapped it to Pinfu when I got the 8, but... okay, so we're now dealer. We didn't lose any points, and we have nothing spectacular. Aegon is here as well. We should probably ban him now to get away from this. Aegon is the man who can't golf. Okay, Green Dragon because it's Fedora indicator for the moment. Well, in fairness, he's going for like all the golf videos. Hey, Thwacker, how are we doing? My day has not gone well. My week has not gone well. And somebody's pinging me on Skype. Oh, that's just you. Do I dump the East now? No, I want to keep the East just in case something comes from it. One dot's fine to get rid of as well. Okay, first East has been played. So I'll get rid of my one as well, because having... I mean, it's technically worth keeping, but the rest of the hand is kind of developing, so I need to try and push for something. I could push Tenhou if I wanted to. And in fact, that's looking a bit more of a consideration now. Yeah, we'll push Tenhou here. Okay, that's called the attacks begin. The attacks begin. Okay. How do we want to play this against him? He might want dot tiles, actually. 7 is probably a bit dodgy, but it does necessarily... Okay, we'll get rid of a 2 for the moment, because that's definitely a closed, regardless of which way I do it. This still potentially can go either way. If I draw a 6, I've got options. I don't really want to give him any more, but he probably is at Tenhou at best if he's going for that sort of hand. Tenhou Dora 1. He's certainly got a stronger hand than I have going into this, but I am the dealer. And I suppose if I can call the 8s, that would give me a possible threat of something. Not going to take that, though. That was possibly a little dodgy against him, but only if he's going for Honitsu. Yeah, Honitsu. Okay, Tenhou Honitsu.
Eat.
And there is the reach from across the board, but it is immediately dealt in. Jesper is off the mark. Honitsu Dora 1. This is true. I do believe they are my friends. I don't know why I necessarily believe this, but hey, there we go. Okay. I was dealer a while ago. How delayed are you, Aegon? I'm actually not too far from Tenpai here, but I obviously am relying on the Norths. Okay, that's quite good. So I've got potential Toy to Myakuhai. Unfortunately, I don't have the West, which would be awesome. If I draw a 7 dot, it's slightly awkward, but I can have a double Yakuhai wait for it, so... Double Fanpai, rather. Yakuhai and whatever it is. Okay, that makes the 2s a bit more safe here. If I need it, the 2s are probably a okay card to get rid of right now. He got rid of a lot of Manzu. He's probably looking to Toy this. Toy Dragons. I do have far too much cold fun going on right now. The heat is out again this week. Okay, so it wasn't Dragon Toy, but it was Quick Hand, Dragon Dora 1, makes him dealer. Thins the gap out, and we'll see. Not a bad little starting hand, this one. 2 Dora. Keep a 7 for the moment. I do have it also. It also has the shirt of Doom. Mahjong is bigger than your Zhong. It's official. And yes, I will occasionally wear this shirt. Okay, so double... Oh, no, just single self for Draconis. Yes, of course he did. Okay, this is not looking bad at all here. We might have to dump 7 early, but... It's isolated. Yes, Marashin wants to start a shirt company based on possibly duck punching and things. I don't know. I'll have to work that one out. Get rid of that, because the 7s are probably going to end up being a pair, or might possibly be a pair at the end of this. So, anything we can do this way around is probably going to be okay. Dump the 4 as well. Okay, so that is Toy South, potentially. That, though, is helpful. 1 from Tenpai. 2 Dora. It's a shame I can't get too much beyond this, but if I were to draw a 6, this would be Pinfu. 1 6. 3 left, so that could potentially get here. Oh, I'd love to call that, but nope. That, unfortunately, is going to put me in bother. So for the last time, I can really risk for Dora if I want to go this way, so I'm going to do it. Mind you, 3 were already called, but yes, after a 3. I haven't quite realised how ridiculous that was. And hey, we have our first carnage of the game.
Eat.
Right, let's threaten. Reach. I didn't get any extra Dora out of that, but potential double Uradora. There's 2 outs remaining. Reach, Pinfu. Actually, no, it's not just Reach and Tudora, but I can go in on Reach Tudora. If I can make them fold from here.
Gee.
Single weight. And he dumped the 5, which I suppose is a terrible tile to get. I'd be the only person who would play a 5 at this stage. Oh dear. Yes, indeed, I can be... Well, we were sort of discussing this a while back and how much it would have to be reasonable to price it at, but yeah, why? I mean, the only thing I would want is a shirt with all of the XCOM commanders and notable persons. I only have 10 people on Patreon, and most of that is one person. but hey, maybe I'll consider. In the meantime, somebody play that 6 bamboo. It's safe against 2 people, so, you know. It's very 10 for either of these 2 if they draw it. The downside is, it looks like I want bamboo tiles, though not the 8. With 8s and there's a possibility that 6 will get played, but it's looking less and less likely as this goes on. But it's the 2 Uridura that's really the... Yes!
Done.
We'll have it! We will have it! That's 3 Han, plus only 1 for Mungan, but still, I will have that any day of the week. I am a sneaky bastard. It wasn't the best hand to be attacking with against South Dora 3, but he wasn't the dealer. If he was the dealer, that's definite fold territory. I also had not lost any points as of yet. That now puts me into solid lead, and I've given away a dragon, but I had to. Yeah, that probably makes sense. And then we make them afterwards. This is really good, actually. If I draw that 6, this gives me Pinfu, Sanchiku, Dora. This is a winning hand.
Eat.
This is a winning hand. I've got Pinfu. I can... If a 6 dot gets played, that is just absolute carnage. No, this is Pinfu, Sanchiku, Riichi, Dora. This is a Hanneman hand. And with myself already 9,000 in the lead, this is huge. Even Pinfu, Tudora, Reach would not be too bad from this. Pinfu, Tudora, Reach would be Mungan, so... And Sumo. This is huge. That was my lower out, and I get a Mungan to just solidify the lead there. This is all the jam. This is all the jam. Okay, so I am dealer. I have a 20,000 point lead over everybody. I have East in the opening hand. 1 Dora. That was ridiculous. So now all I have to do is wait out the next 3 hands. That is, yeah, Draconis. I'm not surprised at his complaints. The nuclear-flavored cold fun army here, led by Shadowhawk. Okay, so we have possible Itsu with Dora on. That's why I'm keeping the 1 for the moment, because I don't want to give it away. I'm in the lead, so I'd rather not give points away at this stage. But we shall see. If I can pair up that 1... Draw a North. And if it doesn't work out, then that's fine. I've got... Yeah, that's just... I'm doing so amazingly well so far. It's not fair. Cold Fun is the fun thing of joy in Paranoia. No, I didn't miss that. You do have up-to-date pricing info, so I may have to discuss that at a time when I'm actually a bit more awake. Because, believe it or not, I'm really not. Yeah, but it's a Paranoia reference, which, if you don't know, is the main running joke of this channel. It's fine. I mean, I've had somebody questioning why I had the Soviet national anthem on the end of my videos a while back, and I had to kind of explain Paranoia to him. Which, you know, is not something that is normal for a lot of people. But effectively, there is hot fun and cold fun. Which comes out of taps, apparently, in some interpretations of it. But yeah, you can have hot fun if you want. Or cold fun. Or you can have this trophy! Which is currently looking like being mine, so huzzah, I get to keep the trophy. But I have spoken too soon, I am sure. I will be punished for that. If I want to draw the 4, that would give me Ipeco Wandora as dealer with a single weight.
Gee.
Ready meals are the best, though. Bit of a dodgy discard, but hey, I've only got I'm on the 5-3 weight here. If there are any... I could technically reach this and just threaten, but I don't need to. No, I just happen to own this trophy, so it's fine. This is getting more and more dodgy here. I don't think this is a good tile. The last thing I want to do is deal into somebody right now. Yes, it could very well be filled with cold fun very shortly. One member is safe against all 3 opponents, so that's all good. I have sticky notes as well, so I can add the name onto it and then put it on display, probably on that shelf. Okay, so that'd be for a 10 weight if I went for it.
Gee.
Okay, so that's a call to get to Tenpai.
Gee.
Actually, are there even any winning tiles out there for me? I don't know. You've got one. I think there's only... Oh god, I really don't want to play this now. I do not want to play this. If you are going Sanchku, that's probably the way to do it. So I'm going to fold this one. Yeah, I showed you the picture of where I got that trophy, so, you know. Yeah, we'll fold this one. We're technically kind of still one from Tenpai, but I'm not likely to be continuing this much further. Indeed. Yeah, so I'm happy enough to fold that away. Dealer turn passes on. I have 2 rounds to hold a 17,000 lead, which isn't impossible for him to overtake, of course, but I'd have to mess up, really. Or he'd have to get ridiculous. Though the Washizu Mahjong tile in it is mine. Because we like see-through tiles here. Okay, so we're looking at Pinfu really, because I could go to it. There is Toy Toy as an option, but I'm still too far away from like that really viable. Sanchiku's on. Okay, let's cut that. We got a pair of 1s, so sorry, must answer phone. Oh, god darn it, yes, must look at thing as well, because that's my Sanchiku there. One knock can go. I do like everybody to see this because honestly, this was Christmas present from Vanna a while back, so you know.
Home.
Okay, so that is safe there. I mean, really, you're the only person I have to worry about. You're going to have a dealer turn next, but double south. What's the worst you could have here? Possibly... I don't know. Not sure. It's not really worth me calling to secure this this Sanch queue. But I have the pair set up. I do have options in this regard. And most of the 8s are still out. I've still got 7 draws that I can make that'll put me basically there. They have it. The hormone suppressants mean it doesn't work most of the time, but you know. Okay, we're getting close to a late one. Okay, if I can draw the 8 now, that would just give me Sanch Q. I mean, if I could actually draw a little further than that, but... You do have the option of putting unknown or neither. Yeah, we'll take this. Okay, so now we're in 2-5, Sanch Q only, just to end the game. 2-5. There's still all the 5s left, but only 2 of the 2s. This is unlikely to work out, but it's worth calling because it will obviously interrupt whatever else anybody else gets, and you're already looking at 2 Han, so...
Gong.
Okay, you were looking at 2 Han. My 2 rivals have basically traded some points back. Unfortunately, this hasn't gotten closer to ending the game, and I'm still in the same situation I was anyway. This is a much better prospect. I think. No, it isn't. Actually, this isn't a good prospect at all, but it's got 1 door in it, which is always a prospect. Okay, don't jump the dragon. Don't dump the south until I know it's safe, because they're the 2 tiles that give bonus things at this stage. Okay, get rid of a 9 there. Yes, and some of the chat will now be about the game. Okay. I mean, East isn't really helpful to me. I'm not the dealer, but... No, only Mungan. We'll take only Mungan. 1 south has been played, so we'll get rid of that now. I'm trying to keep value out of the hands, because if I can keep them to low wins only, at least for now... Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, this hand is going nowhere, which is fine, but I'd rather have somebody... I need Draconis to suddenly hit a couple of cans here. That's fine. You don't have to talk about the game. It's not why we have this. This is why we have the commentary of everybody. I'm the one who has to comment on the game, and none of you will understand it anyway. Right, we'll cut the 8. We'll cut the 8s here. And again, mostly I'm not playing to win this hand. I'm playing to prevent anybody else from having high value hands if they do win. Hence why I'm keeping the 2 Dora tiles, the possible bonus for Jesper, and of course the Green Dragon, which is a bonus of itself. These are all tiles that can potentially increase the value of other people's hands. And there's the first. Because 1 is played, I now know this is safe, so I can get rid of it, and that advances me half a step closer to completing a hand, which will have basically no value. Chanter is still on if I were to risk getting rid of the 5-6. And yeah, you can always make paranoia references. This is the channel for it. We are probably going to be doing a live version of that next week if I can sort myself out. So, yeah, you have been warned. I'll put an official announcement video a little later, I guess, but... Right, what could you possibly want from there? 6-star, I think, is a Suji to you, but somebody could have called it. I have no special powers, you say. Apparently I don't, because I can't put you in timeout yet. Alright, Friso. I don't know why, but it comes up with invalid requests whenever I try and time out a moderator. I don't know whether I'm not allowed to do it, or... I'm still... The chat is welcome, and I may have to find a way to use the chat, but I am currently not planning it interactive. Honestly, I just need some sleep.
Eat.
Okay, Draconis reaching. I'm gonna just play my 5 then. Well, no, they're not endlessly replaced. They only get 6. Only get 6. And of those, 2/3 are doomed to be basically killed off by their party in backstab attempts from previous clones' attempts at actually killing off the party. Okay, I'll dump my 2 East at this point because it's unlikely Draconis wants them, and he didn't. I have another safe target at that point. This is true, they can feed that, and of course they can comment. I might have to put a blanket ban on the troubleshooters being in the chat, depending. I say, there's stuff I've got to work out for it, but I do plan to do it next week. If I can. This is actually, yeah, 7 for the moment. Because it's also safe against the person who's just called twice.
Gong.
He played a Dora late. That was dodgy. But that means we're in the last hand. Late Dora is dodgy. He must have had something. Okay, this is a good hand, actually. We got the dragon. We can go quick. We can try and just speed up the hand. I know he had to try and win it, but... Okay, so the gap is 15-4. So, he would need... Would a self-drawn sumo be? Yeah, he only needs a Mungan sumo. I am therefore going to accelerate for this one. Just grab the red dragon early. Try to secure things. Only a couple away. I can definitely do this. Okay, that's helpful. Right, we'll dump the 1-4 because I would normally keep the 1-4 at 7, but since I've got the 7 paired and this has a few more directions it can go, and if Jesper does win, it's unlikely he's going to overtake me if I deal in. For him to do it, it'd have to be a ridiculous hand. Buyman, and he already doesn't look as if he's going for a Buyman. He might want that. He does. So he's gone north. North Wandora. North Wandora, Honitsu is Mungan. Let's guess he has a red 5 as well, just to secure the Mungan. I really don't think he's in a position to challenge me, so... He did. He successfully, in his first mission, Meriton successfully tested an R&D device. And I'm still not sure... Oh, that's a really cheap hand. 2,000. Does that secure last? I believe it does. He can't tell you that. Right. I'm just going to now move over to the Mahjong spreadsheet where I have to record this. So, quick screenshot. Bear with while I do things, because I should really have put things up beforehand. There's a notepad. That's 29. Viking +4. This one -18. And Draconis -35. Okay, let me just amend the spreadsheet, which was going to be interactive, but I got the less cool version, which I had to make in 5 minutes because... Dear. Because, you know, I couldn't do things properly, could I? Right, so 353. Viking goes +4 to 232. Draconis loses 18 down to 50. And Jesper loses 35. Maths. 28. Which also now means that you're down a player, but I can just quickly do a... Is there a way to sort in this? Ditto's hetero. Sort by score. No, sort the other way by score. Darn it. Okay. There we go. Right, so the thing is now done. I could stream overlay, but I had literally 3 minutes to go and sort this all out, and I have heating issues. Right, so there is another game in progress. I am going to go straight onto this, and it's the same lineup as last time. So for rough counting, I am now 121 points ahead of Viking, which is going to be important because if I get a big win... you did. You were on 58, though. Sorry, 68. Somebody check my maths. It's early in the morning, so I honestly possibly could have missed something, but... Yeah, you probably do. I could make that open for people. Also, Green Dragon. Also, this is ridiculous. Also, hi Mahjong TV. Yeah, this is looking very ridiculous, actually. Ryan Peiko Chanter. Yeah, that's right. So it should be 50. Unless I put the wrong person on there. Oh, do I push Chanter here? It's tempting to push Chanter, but I get nothing else out of it right now, so... Also, it'd be Jinchan, wouldn't it? Because, of course, I've got 1s and 9s. We'll see if I can develop this. But if I can certainly get the Ryan Peiko... I want the Ryan Peiko if I can do it. I'll check... If you actually check the... If you check the Patreon stats down below, you'll see what they originally was before I went and did this. So at least you'll be able to check based on the scores. Also, don't mock people. And if we are on TV, hi. If we're not on TV, hi.
Riichi.
Oh. There is no point in me pushing against that. Which is a shame, really, because this is looking like a nice hand before I did that. I suppose I've still got the Ryan Peiko on, so I'm going to toss for 9s for the moment, see if I can get around it. See what happens. I am, of course, the dealer, so I probably should have tried pushing. He is North, and North is live. Oh no, North is not live. It's dodgy, though. We'll play it. Okay, we're just going to fold this one, I think. I'd want to keep playing this because I am the dealer, but I'm also aware of how unlikely the hand is from here. There's only one possible 2 left. I've still got possible 7 pairs up, though.
Gong.
That was terrible. Well done. Okay, so Ipeiko Pinfu. Okay, and that is a first hit to me. Riichi Ipeiko Pinfu. And it begins, my descent. As I say, I'm 120 ranking points above in the league table, so I've got some leeway, but I can't really do this. And nobody said there'd be free toast. Nobody said there'd be free toast. It was implied, but you're not having free toast. If I was a little more aggressive there, maybe I could have forced them to fold against me, especially with my luck coming into this game. I don't know, though. It seeed like a long shot at this stage. Get rid of a 9 for now. And we're thinking about things. Got an isolated red door. Okay, no longer isolated, which is awesome. Two north has been played, so did I just do that the wrong way around? I know. Okay, I know what I did. I did that the wrong way around. Bear with. Ignore that. I'm just gonna reverse that and then put it back. All right, we get rid of our closed weight at the end. Yeah, thanks for that. So Draconis was on 68. Ugh, I really need that. Yeah, thanks for that. I obviously confused their two positions when I wrote it down. That's all, which is stupid of me. So I apologize.
Chi.
So Draconis, having corrected things, is on 33. I should really be paying a bit more attention to this, but I think I'm going to leave that for now. Jump 7. That's all those directions it can go. The 8, though, looks a bit problematic here, especially since it's presented to Vidora. I'm also trying to do two things at once here. Ah! Okay, so Jesper was on 63. Then loses 18, which puts him down to there. Okay. Oh, wow. Red Dragon's still alive. I might cut the 1-2 here, but the downside is that's going to run the risk of running into this. Yeah, we're not carning that. Okay, we'll play that as well. We're not carning that. Okay, so I've now resorted the thing out. This is how it should be out, I believe. Bear with. I'm again not running that. And sort by column D. Okay, so this is how it actually is now that I've corrected it. Because, you know, I need to correct things. I'll also try to be a bit more aware of that in future. Anyway. Why am I playing Tides of Confusion? Because it's the final before I go off to America, and basically this is going to be when we decide who wins the trophy with the Washizu tile in it. Also, I should hopefully pay a bit more attention to this particular game. Alright, so after start. I have 1 door in the opening hand. And also, I should probably make my drink. Keep the free for the moment because it's a proper Mahjong trophy, Egan. What are you talking about? I don't think there's any betting involved, though arguably this is a game for betting in, so who knows? Taking all bets. Well, it'd only take me to finish last, say minus 50, him plus 50, and he's basically on top of me again. So the worst thing for me now is if Viking goes on a rampage and I lose a lot of points. Not going to call that. And again, not going to call that. I have 2 safe tiles against this, so... Yeah, I'm going to toss the alien wins for now. That's potentially a big hand going up by Jesper here. Oh, okay, is the 9 going to be... Is the 8 going to be safe? It might well be, but it's late. Now I'm going to fold it then. Yeah, okay, we've already kind of half folded this, so let's go full fold. It's a pain, But I need something else to get back into this early. Well, there hasn't been one in a while, so, you know. A few weeks. I have no idea what Aiken's talking about, but you know. Road trip. Also, ho there. Okay, you played in these, so that's fine. Kind of assuming it was anyway, in all fairness, but we also now have a 7 dot is safe, a 2 dot is safe. And that actually develops the hand quite nicely there. I could make a late lunge for something. If I were to draw a red 5, for instance, or... Yeah, we're number 2 safe, so let's go for that one now. Now, this is the Mahjong finals. It was kind of announced it was always going to be the main stream for tonight, so... Okay. Yeah, somebody's very happy that the 7 passed. Okay, Red Dragon. One's been played, but not since then, so I might have to go and just fold. Yeah, it's too late in the end case to try and push that, so that can go. 5 dot can go next, and then we will just fold out the game, I think. Let's see what he's actually waiting on. I also have the 4, which is safe against him as well, if it comes to it, so... Okay, so he was waiting on a 3 dot edge weight, which, you know, isn't brilliant, but it would have been Chanta Dragon. And that's doing well enough to secure him the lead. He's got a solid one. The rest of us are kind of even in second place-ish. Well, I mean, I was kind of trying to play into that for most of the second row, but it was kind of a case of once I got to the 9, triple 8, I was kind of already self-destructing on myself if I was going to keep going with that. It would have not gone well, so ultimately it would have been fine, but against any hand in that sort of situation where it's a bit tentative as to what he might be going with, I mean, it was looking toy-toyish for quite a long time. Still was towards the end, in all fairness. Okay, was that line 7 for the moment? This could easily be Sozu Honitsu here. Which, you know, wouldn't be the end of the world. One red has been played, unfortunately, but... I can draw a few more Sozu tiles before the thing goes in for this. I am south. Okay, I'm happy to try and push the Honitsu side of things. You've been watching these streams long enough to know what I mean when I say that. And if not, well, you can just be confused. I'm not going to explain it to you because I've done it a few times. Anyway, maybe I should attack this. I would be dealer if it came off, so... Yes, toy box, toy box, toy box. Okay, 2 souths are gone, which unfortunately kills that side of the Honitsu off. If I'd called the south, I might have been a bit better off with this, but... oh, that's not too bad. Unfortunately, there's only one of each dragon left. But this is potentially Honitsu, Itsu, Dora 1 with dragon. Which would not be an abysmal hand, it would be an amazing hand. I've already played a North, so there's no point in trading that out just yet. Oh, there we go. Right, we're on. The engine is definitely ready now. I can even call the 1 or the 4 here if I need to. Okay, if Jesper is kind enough to play a 1 or a 4, so that would just get me into Tenpai for Itsu, Dragon, Dora 1.
Chi.
Wrong side, wrong one. This is a huge hand, actually. And if a green dragon gets played, I can still go 2 dragons, Dora 1, so... with a 2-sided way, I'd be this.
Riichi.
Game on. Late reach. 4-7. 4 for the Itsu, which is no longer possible. But I'm gonna get an Itsu one of these days, and it's gonna be amazing. Itsu, Mini Dora. How many 4s are left, actually? I see 1. I just didn't... I should probably check these things, but, you know. I have played basically no Sozu, so I'd be very surprised if I'd have to draw this. It does secure me Tenpai, though. 1 more draw left, realistically. Yeah, they are all folding. Last draw, 4. No. Play the 4 to 7. 4-7, 4-7, 4-7, 4-7, 4-7, high take. Come on, Draconis. No. That was big. I currently even kept that because that's free hand for the Honitsu. Reach, Dora. That was... I've still not got an Itsu completed in ages. At all. But that was a huge hand. I actually imagine I'll get the plus 3,000, not what I actually ended up getting in the end. But somebody wanted to keep their dealer turn. This is not a terrible hand at all. I just wish I had some Dora in it. It's 1 from 7 pairs. But I think we're going to go this way around with it anyway and just go for the Toy Toy Dora 1. Or Ipeiko is also an option. But we'll see what happens with this. For to complete another triplet, then this is a real hand to attack with, but... there's a lot I'd need to go right in order to develop this fully here. I can still go 7 pairs, I guess.
Riichi.
Okay, so that kills off any chance of that. And I draw a 7 right after. Okay, the 3 is safe. We'll get rid of that. So I might cut for Ipeiko here and just go Ipeiko Dora 1. 5 is a Suji, so there's a chance I'll get that. That's not a good tile for me to draw right now. At all. Alright, Suji on the 6. No weight on it, unfortunately. No Yakko I can win with, but... Still no Yaku I could win with.
Riichi.
But if I'm going to play a risky tile, let's go all in. Through 10, free 6. This is a massively silly thing to do, but I need a hand right now, and I'm willing to gamble this. I've got... In fact, all the 6s have basically been played. All the 3s have basically been played. One by myself. This is not a hand. This is not good at all. That was, in fact, abysmal. What else could I have done with it, though? Not very much. Not very much that wouldn't involve me needing to draw the 6 or the 3 anyway, so... So if I have to draw the 6 or the 3 to advance the hand any way, shape, or form, or wait until I get a 7 or a 4, I suppose. But even then, the 4 and 7 are not safe tiles either. 6 of one, half dozen the other. Let's just hope he's got a bad weight, hope nobody else plays it, and hope these 2 fold. Or hope that I manage to throw a 10 reach. Sorry. I'm not sorry at all. That was awesome. It was terrible, but it's awesome. Alright, 4,000 points there. I did explain my reason.
Home. Home.
Okay, Tenpai. Oh no,
Boom.
Wait a minute, that's not Tenpai, and I've just given you 2. Okay, we're done with 7 at this point. If I can grab a Dora, that gives me a 2-sided thing here. Dragon as dealer.
Home.
Okay, free 6. Nope, I'm not calming down. Draconis desperately needs this, and I want the win here while I'm dealer. I'm gonna play this stupidly. Stupid calling is what's gonna get me this far. I'm dealer. I can afford to be aggressive. Draconis really can't. Okay, that wouldn't help me in any case, so... Thinking about things, but that really wouldn't have helped me. I also now can't swap the 5 if I were to get that, but I don't think that would be necessarily a benefit anyway. So we're going Chanter. Okay. Looks like I'm actually folding from 2. Folding from 2 calls. Yes, that's a power play I've been known for in the past. Apparently milk is now becoming into the conversation. Honestly, I apologize for not tracking... Oh, okay, no. I thought that was my winning tile, which I'd have been very happy at.
Sumo.
Okay, self-drawn. And Dora 1. That's about as cheap as I could have lost that, so I'm okay with my aggressive reaching into that. Okay, he is now dealer. I am second by 8,000. And I'll certainly be willing to take 8,000, an 8,000 deficit going into South 2. More importantly, I'm ahead of my closest rival in the league table. Arguably the only rival I particularly have at this point, so... So I'd say things going well. Concentration levels are going to start dipping in a little bit, and that I need to stay ahead as long as I can here. Arguably, I've already made dodgy decisions and calls, so your guess is as good as mine on what counts as wibble when I get later in the game. I've got 3 more hours of this before we crown a winner. Sounds like a plan. You're certainly welcome to play along with this one if you want to. Wensleydale. And Quackers. Yeah, sorry, cheese is a conversation I can always get into, and I should really be paying more attention on the match, but cheese has just been talked about. It's one of those few subjects which I have to react to. Involuntary. Let's get rid of my closed... sorry, my edge weight here. 1-3. 2 is potentially still useful if I were to get a 3 off of that, so... Yep, that's the way it always works. Right, Nageshi Mungan attempt. It's always got to be one of these a stream. And he's going to continue. Yeah, at this point, that's not going to be him any more help. And there's no point in continuing on the Nageshi for the sake of it. It just does not work. Especially when somebody just goes and wins. Camembert? Spelt wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong, but you know.
Riichi.
Okay, Draconis Dealer Reach. The comeback begins potentially here. I don't have a hand to quickly attack him here. Not really. It doesn't quite work like that. I can't name one of the tiles after you. It just does not work. Okay. Suppose the 9's an okay discard here. I'm still kind of half in this. I could get a 6-7. I suppose a 6-7-8 is a bit ambitious, but it's not impossible for it to come off. 9's a Suji.
Sumo.
And he self-draws. So, dealer Sumo. 4 Han. 5. Oh, Mungan. Yeah, dealer Mungan. That puts him back in contention for the lead, actually, more than anything else. Puts me into 3rd. That was some kind of hand. I will concede that. That was a very much some kind of hand. So, we have 1 door in the opening. We have a south. And other than that, the hand is actually quite good. I prefer this to be an 8 and possibly develop a 6-7-8, but kind of everything. Actually, this is speeding along to quite a quick little Tenhou hand, I suppose, if it were to come to it. If I draw a 6, ideally, I can then get rid of the closed weight here. Possibly go for a quick Honitsu. Yeah, what am I talking about? I don't know anymore. I'm even saying the wrong things on my own things, but... A quick Tenhou hand is what I meant to say. Because I'm not too far away. Because of that game, oddly, I'm now closer to the lead. Well, kind of. But the game has evened up from that rather than one person getting away from things. So, you know, I always prefer the sort of tighter games, especially late game, because then it means you just need the one good hand to finish it. Okay, so we got a set there. I think they did establish this, because I'm fairly certain in Matter of Loaf and Death, they basically went over the border to... Well, I think they went over the border to Yorkshire, so I think they're Lancashire. I might be wrong. I remember there definitely was a wall, though, with one of them on it.
Home.
Okay, it's South Call by the dealer. Well, the other alternative, actually, because we're all quite close on points, is that this could go into a West round. Which would be the first time I think that's happened on this stream. And we've been doing it over a year. The Mahjong tournament itself has been going for 6 months now, so... I don't really want to play the 7 against that hand, but fine. All the now I see all the 9s. I know that the 8s are probably a safe tile, actually, in an odd sort of way. One Red Dragon's been played. It wasn't recent, but it's later in that row, so I doubt anybody's waiting on the remaining 2. Oh, this is always a dodgy one. I really want to get rid of this closed 9-7, but I need to draw Manzi tiles, really, for that. Okay, white's safe. And unfortunately, the hand is going to stop here. I'm 1 from Tenpai, officially, if I draw that 8. Alright, Dora 5. I'm going to now toss the closed. I mean, I've given up being 1 away from Tenpai for the extra Dora, but I feel this is better if it comes off. Okay, fine. Alright, that's just fold then. My first immediate decision backfires on me. That's fold at that point. 7's also safe to the right, which is possibly not the only person I need to worry about these days, but... Okay. Gonna play Vidora 5. Dodgy, but it's the last one, and they've all been played quite recently. And that now puts me back into a Tenpai state, 1 away. So I could go late Tanyo for this. Oh, in fact, yes, I can go late Tanyo. So now I can call the 2 or the 3 if it comes up and just take this Tanyo, but it's very late. Very late. In fact, last child Tenpai. And Draconis goes a bit further away from me, which is always good in my book. This is a good hand. This is actually an awesome hand. This is Ipeko already set up. Honitsu. I think we push Chinitsu with this. 3 pairs already set up. I can triplet all of them. Yeah, I think this is go for the Honitsu. This is go for the Honitsu here. And if possible, make this a Chinitsu.
Chi.
Obvious Chinitsu is obvious, but I'm happy to go with this. So if I've killed off all Manzu hopes, then... Oh no, I haven't. Draconis still wants in. I can still call the 8, the last 8 if I need to for sequence. There we go. This is now in. 1 call from Tenpai, 2-5 would be it.
Riichi.
Okay, aggressive reach from last place, but he needs to. Also, the 9 is not a definite safe tile here. Darn. Okay. I've kind of taken a step back from this because I want to have... This is more calling options. And also the 9 is now an isolated tile with the free 8s called. So there's a chance that'll get... There's only one of them left though. Darn it. Well, on the plus side, that is a good hand. That is a Hanneman, non-dealer, and that basically replaces who was in last with his vet. And anyway, good luck, Furion. And he finally got a good hand. So Draconis is looking good for the win right now. Unfortunately, Viking is now ahead of me in points, which I cannot stand for. He's also a dealer. It's another quite good hand. Okay, so we're 1 away from another Tenpai here. Possibly Itsu number 3. If I get the 2, then... Or 2-8 anyway. But yeah, this is possible Itsu number 3. For those counting. I'm going to make an Itsu at some stage. I haven't done one. I haven't made an Itsu in so very long. It feels like the hand is almost cursed. Yeah, I'm now going to sit 1 from Tenpai on this darn Itsu. That's what's going to happen now. Wouldn't be a brilliant hand even then, because I think all I got is Itsu. So I don't even want to...
Riichi.
Reach Itsu! Freehan. From 3rd place, this is an overtaking hand if the 8 gets played. 1 is out. And that kills my Ipatsu. Yeah, I knew. Come on, give me the 8. 5 passes. That might drag the 8s out.
Sumo.
I made it! Itsu! I made the Itsu at last. I have been waiting so long for that. Oh, thank God. Oh, finally! And that puts me in the lead as well, added bonus. Oh, I wanted that hand for so long. Draconis, clearly. Sorry, overly elaborate celebration has now been done. I have a narrow lead. Any hand will basically do it, and I have 2 Dora in my opening anyway. Because any hand will basically win me, I need to go aggressive now. Just try and round this off. Draconis only needs 2,000 to overtake me. If I can do this, 2,000's anywhere. Really easy. Tenhou Dora 1, he's already got it, so... So I will just call anything I can here. Oh, will he play the 3-6 out of that? Nope. Because I can't even deal in at this stage. With the things this close, I could still finish last. I mean, I'm only 13,000 away. That's not insurmountable by any means, especially as he's dealer, actually. There we go. Right, 3-6. White Dragon, 2 Red Dora.
Gong.
Thank you, Draconis. Unfortunately, that's going to push you down a position. But, oh yeah, that escalated quickly. Right, so let me double check my figures before we go too much further this. Draconis, you have +5. Jesper goes -33. And Viking goes -17. Right. So let's see if I can actually count this time. In fact, actually, let's just make this easier on myself. Because, you know, I don't trust my maths at this point of the evening. I never do. Okay. Viking then is -17. Make sure that's the right way around, actually. Bear with. Yeah. Okay. Jesper is -33. Which I'm just going to keep on track on here. The only thing I have to worry about for calculation purposes is whether or not you have a... Is whether or not once you hit 0, you don't go below that by my scoring method. So that is how this will work. Sort range, ID, Z to A. Okay. So my lead extends. It extends, and we go into the 3rd. I am probably going to have a break after this one. but we will be back. There's a lot of Zhongish to be played yet. Okay, so I'm riding high, 2 wins. That's already solidified my my trophy.
Home.
So now I have to start considering as my trophy. Green Dragon then, start. Not going to take the dragon because the hand is a bit far away from anything. Still 4, 5, 6 Sanchiku, I suppose, but it's not any part of that. No part of that is set up, so I'm happy to hold off. And that's getting a bit more like it. We'll get rid of a 2, try and hold on to this side of the weight if it comes to it. Still think I might have to have a pair of dragons with this as well. Because I don't have enough. I suppose if it comes to it and I just need to finish a hand and accelerate, the 5 pairs will work, but I am looking to cut one of them if I can. The only downer, of course, of having the pair of white dragons is I don't qualify for pin food, but if I can get the Sanchiku, that doesn't matter. The same seat layout as last time? No, Viking and Jesper have changed places. I should also probably be upping the number of games, but you know, I'll record an update formally later. 2 doesn't really help me. I suppose 5, 6, 7 isn't necessarily impossible either if it comes to it, but I need 2 more to help on the Manzu side. It's just thinking about what I can do when I don't qualify for pin 2 at this stage, that's all. There we go. That's 5, 6, 7, which is kind of what I was talking about, but I'm actually happy to cut the 5. Now I'm going to definitely use this for a pair. Or go into a silly weight for it later. I suppose if I were to draw a 4, that would allow me to go for a 1, 4, 7 pair weight. I am probably going to stream... Okay, no, not going to have that. I'll probably stream Planet Coaster when I've had a bit more practice on it. I did stream it early access a while back, but I probably will go and do some Let's Play shenanigans with it at some stage. It did crash on me repeatedly, but that was early access, so I'm a bit lenient on that one. Reach 3-6, is that even worth it? I don't think that's worth it. I'm going to hold off.
Riichi.
Should have reached. I could Pursuit Reach for a 2-sided weight.
Riichi.
Especially since I don't think he's... Yeah, we'll go with that. So Pursuit Reach, 3-6.
Wrong.
There we go, we'll have that. It isn't getting used to the system. That was literally just it, reach only, which I'm happy to take and be ridiculed for, which I should rightly be ridiculed for this. Because I should have either waited or gone the reach early. But reaching open for Uridura was kind of, you know, what I should have done the turn before, and then it would have been a good bluff. It wasn't afterwards, particularly. It was just silly. Be nothing. You cannot beat the power of jam.
Chi.
Okay, 2 white dragons have been played, so we'll get rid of that. But yeah, in terms of actual how to play Mahjong, that was terrible. A, I should have waited to see if I could get a better hand out of that, and B, you know, it was a 1-han hand. If it wasn't white dragons, it might have been something worthy enough. Would have at least been Pinfu. Reach Pinfu Sumo is free Han, so that's the free Han you want to get. Or at least the free Han you want to be looking at every single hand. Going in with 1 Han, you're kind of actually better off waiting for a draw. But I don't know. I always seem to like Pursuit Reaching. I don't know. It's just... It's always satisfying when a Pursuit Reach pays off. This is Tenhou. Oh, actually, just Tenhou only, because unless I can get a 3. Yeah, I suppose I can still make this. I'm 2 away from a Pinfu Tenhou style hand, but jam, 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 lovely jam, wonderful jam. Okay, now we're done the east here, so we're looking Ipeco-ish. Some other ways this could develop, actually, but like that, for instance. So I'm going to take my closed Ipeco weight here.
Riichi.
And now we're going to reach. Because this is a dodgy tile, it doesn't really fit, and I already got rid of the Suji. Also, I feel made of jam right now. Okay, direct safe tile, so you folded. Actually, you might fold as well, north, but north actually is a bad tile anyway. Just about managing. Well, in fairness, yes, I am just about managing to stay on top. So I'll have it as that acronym as well. I also, if I draw a 2, I can go for a Khan shenanigans. But yeah, there's lots of just another vexing acronym coding you have to do as well at work because, you know, Java. I think the 1s will be more likely to be played than the 7s with that Suji, even considering, but I have just also played my 1 out, so. So they think I'll be in a closed weight for the 7 for Ipeco. Nah, that'd be silly. That, though, is now Ipeco for the new Dora. Okay, well, this is unlikely to pay off. This is now very unlikely unless I draw the last 7, I guess. Still, now it's a ridiculous hand. If that 7 gets played... Okay, one more draw left here, and 1 discard from everybody. I really doubt the 7's going to get dropped by either of these two, so it's just whether it's the last tile at this stage. It's not. We shall have that. 3,000, I'll take that going into dealer turn. And that gives the a bit of a buff to my lead. It's a shame this hand was big enough to be worth it, but especially with potential Uridura. This, though, is garbage. This is very near garbage. And we'll see what we can do with it because I'm dealer, but... Erase you, Nam! Okay, South can go there. The chat has gone to acronyms. The entire world is now doomed. Get rid of my pen? No, actually, that's... In many ways, that's a bad tile, but everything else is kind of connected a bit better. I don't want to get rid of my 2-5 yet, especially as it's around the door. So I'm reluctant to get rid of this. I'm dealer, I'm in the lead, I want to just have this. Okay, North is not helpful to me right now. And the world is doomed every week, sir. Because I'm still streaming. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, heck, the first few minutes of this stream show we're all doomed because I'm contemplating playing Magic the Gathering again. Only this time Magic Online rather than just tabletop shenanigans with Dylan, which I am recording at the moment. LP spreadsheet down below is the indicator of how up to date my tracker things should be if everything was going fine. Alright, let's go and toss this 2-5 out now because while I don't want to, it's my last chance to really do it and the hand is kind of developing elsewhere. Oh, although. This now opens a 3-4-5 Sand queue if I were to dump the 2 red dragons. It's late for it, but it's not impossible.
Chi.
And that looks very much like a bluff. I'm dealer, so I can afford to be aggressive. My hand discards also kind of look like they're possibly Honitsu. Dropping a pair of dragons at this point would definitely look Chinitsu-ish. And there, of course, is the dragon drop. I think this means I'm just going to drop my other one. Okay, I'm just dumping all 3 of them then. Yes, we are holding Marishin and Aegon hostage unless we find a couple more volunteers to... Me and Dylan are basically going to build starter decks and in 10 minutes try to explain the rules of Magic the Gathering to these 2 and make them play as our proxies. And the skill will be how well a deck we've designed is, how well they understand how the game works. Well, we shall see. In the meantime, I have 2 reaches on either side. I have very little in the way of safe tiles, and that is a deal in. Okay, 5,200. Reach Tenhou Dora. Sorry. Yeah, it's fine. It worked. I have the East Dora here, so I am definitely looking towards... Oh, darn it. All the Norths are gone. All right. Well, that means I'm just giving up on this whole plan. But I might be able to make other things. I played Tournament Magic from about the Onslaught block through to Lorwyn, and then I kind of dropped out of it, and I've been sort of buying occasional things to keep myself up with it. I think the last time I played Magic the Gathering seriously on Magic Online was around the Avaclyn block, I believe. It's the one with all the angels, anyway. But I got into the Twisted Cube draft thing on Thursday, finished 2nd. So, yeah. I was quite happy with that. And also, the cube draft was ridiculous. Cube drafting by itself is ridiculous, I'll be honest. But it was a fun format. I think I drafted about 6 Planeswalkers, played almost all of them. Chandra, by the way, many versions of. Ridiculous. Okay, 2 Dora. 2 Dora plus bonus. I don't imagine it's going to get played. It's got to be played now if it's going to be. Other than that, it's just going to have to stick as 2 Dora. So in just a case of can I develop the rest of this? I've got 2 sort of 2-sided weights here. I've got a couple of pairs, whichever way around this goes. Okay, we'll hold off for the moment. Again, could call that, but it doesn't benefit me at the moment. Forward doesn't help me either particularly. I suppose it could have. I could have got rid of a 9, and that might have been better actually. Gives me more options on this side.
Each.
And there is the reach. So I have 1 definite safe tile. I've got 3 8s, so that meant the 9 was likely to be safe from that. Not definite, but likely. And that advances the hand a little further. I'm going to have to get rid of 1 of these sequences, though. I'm thinking possibly this is the best way to go with this. Not anymore. So I may have to reach on that 3, or just get the East and go for it. It's not a great... Oh, god damn it. That kills any chance of me going reach and owning it, but... Is the 9 dot going to be safer on the board? I don't think the 9 is necessarily safer. But we'll go with that.
Chi.
Well, he played the risk I didn't. And now I've got a risk. Actually, no, the 5 safe. 5 safe against both. Green Dragon is also likely safe here, unless he's in a single weight madness for it. Westwind is also now safe. That East gets played now by either of these two. I am looking golden. 7 is also likely good. Not guaranteed against Draconis, unfortunately, but it's likely good. The 8 is dodgy. Only on one side, though.
Dong.
Down it. Ow, that's gonna sting. That stings. Okay, well that puts him solidly in the lead. Murray's playing. Murray is now playing Planet Coaster, and I imagine he's probably going to be streaming that. And if not, why is he not streaming that? Come on. Nah, it's fine. Oh, Anion, you are an absolute leg end, sir. You are indeed the end of a leg. Well, Draconis is looking like he's going to go hugely plus from this. Still on the East 4, and I'm not out of it by any stretch, but I'm now in last place. Do have a door in my opening hand in this hand at the moment, and not a lot else. Oh, I have the Khan option available. We're going to hold on to that, though. But believe me, if I get the option to Khan and just go into this, I am probably going to do it. Because you know me, playing safe is definitely what I want to be doing right now.
Riichi.
My options are all bad now. Okay, that improves my options very slightly, but only slightly, really. I've still got nothing. If I draw the 8, I'm just going to go for it. I just don't see a reason not to at that point. It's just getting ridiculous.
Khan.
That will keep Draconis happy. What do I even have if I call that? I have nothing if I call that. What am I doing? What am I seriously doing here? This is... What am I doing? There is no tangible benefit to this at all. At all. What am I doing?
Dong.
Yeah, what am I doing? That's just... Well, there we go. I gave him door 4. Other than finishing on 1,000 points here, I could reach to go to 0. That's how my position is right now. Hi, Pompin. How are we doing? You just watched what is possibly the worst play I've ever made. And I've made some abysmal ones in this thing at this stage. Oh, dear. Anyway, I have been up for what is now far too many hours. 17 hours. 17 and a half hours. I am not in my best shape. And we are at very, 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 very circling the drains levels of trying to finish this game off. I imagine somebody is going to take a big lead in the... Well, he's going to take a big chunk out of my points from this point. What have we actually got working for us here? We got reach 7 pairs. We got toy nonsense. If I can get a 9, that'd be helpful. That's not the worst thing I could have gotten. But with all the 8s gone, I'm going to stick with what I've got now. One's not helpful. What's my plan here? Suanko from this? Sananko, maybe? I think my plan is go for a Yakuman somehow, but with 2 calls already against me, I'm unlikely to be developing this, and I need to hit Tenpai by the end of this as well. So I can't even really afford not to call things if this comes my way. So at least I got Toy Toy as an option. Toy Toy Tanyo is also an option, so I'm going to dump the 8 there. And that's game. Didn't have a lot of options there. Does the game end on me 0? I don't know. I'm still in the game on 0 points. We are at the drain. Okay, so I have to legitimately have a hand here. Jam time. One White Dragon's gone. There's no point in me calling tiles, really. There might be some limited occasions where I could with 0, but...
Riichi.
Well done, you, sir. I don't know. Did I actually make one? I think I just made one together almost randomly, so goodness knows. What am I thinking here? 4, 5, 6 Sanch Q? Either way, if he sumos, I'm dead. If I don't get to Tenpai by the end, I'm dead. And I can't declare reach. Five, 6, 7 Sanch Q is now a little more likely. It's probably the only reason I would call right now is for that. I am the overweight king of Western Africa. I believe. I certainly could be. That's a Suji, so... Well, you know, I do normally have a bushy ginger beard, but I have shaved recently. Well, not that bushy in all honesty, but you know. I do have a beard. In absence, of course. Okay. Nice. Right, what's the best way for me to handle this then? Get rid of the 8. Cut the 8. I can then reach with the 3. If I draw a 2, it's not too bad, actually. I can just then go... Well, I can't reach, but I can, you know, be in Tenpai. Right, 2, 5, 8, Tenpai. It's for a 10. God damn it. Oh, what am I doing to myself? Oh, yeah, well. Well, GG. Draconis then has a plus 48 to resolve. Jesper is a negative 10. Viking has a plus 16, which isn't enough to put a massive dent in my negative 54, which I'm now going to have to resolve. Viking goes plus 16. Draconis goes plus 48. Oh, Ketchy's not been playing. And Jesper goes negative 10. Oh dear. Well, I'm going to have a quick break. I'm going to be back in probably about 5 minutes. I'm just going to get myself a drink and sort some stuff out. So, enjoy! Okay, I'm back, and apparently you've started without me, which is perfectly fine and acceptable. I probably needed a session off after that one in any case. But yeah, if JPB does win the overall thing, I will give the trophy to Marishan because that's who we've established it is. I'm perfectly happy for that. Just bear with while I go and swap ourselves back over and do some quick realignment. Oop, God damn it. That's wrong. It's problem with doing this in windowed mode. Sorry. Because, you know, I'm professional. Absolutely professional at all times. So that I think we'll have to do. Unless I can convince it not to do that. Okay, there we go. So obviously I'm going to have to spectate on this one, which is perfectly fine. I will hope that Viking loses points. And Kesh and JPB have both returned. So I think I will probably play from the perspective of who do I want to beat? Who do I want most interesting thing here? I can probably comment on Kesh's play a little more, but I think we're going to stick behind. I'm going to stick behind Jesper for this game. So Jesper, I'm backing you for this. Just to compare the things here. I really should update the game counts. But I suppose it doesn't really matter. We've had 3 games tonight, so that's you up to there, you up to there. You know, my previous spreadsheet kind of was automated, but, you know, I didn't actually bring that from work, so that's my bad. So, we've got 2 more minutes before we actually begin gameage. So, just don't give him the chance to take this off me. I need this trophy. It is my trophy. It is a shame, because if JPB were to reveal himself, I would have to give him the trophy. Or at least have to offer him the trophy. I should probably have got my sticky notes, actually, because I'll probably do that next break. We'll probably do 3, have another quick break, and then we'll see. What I should probably do in the background, just to be sure of things, is put myself... And I've got to realign this now as well, haven't I? No, actually, that's fine. So I should now be waiting for the next game. Let's make sure that's correct before we do much else. Okay, so I'm now in and waiting for the next game. We'll just see when it starts up. Oh, and yes, the music is real. Yes, as mentioned, I don't have heating on in the house currently. And while the Mahjong is strong with me, I am a bit cold to stay like that. So, in the meantime, how about some music? Oh, where's the music button? Oh, it's just sound effects. I can't tell you the music on. Oh, well. Well, I mean, you're spectating at the same sort of speed I am, so we're basically going to start 5 minutes behind the game, and they're probably going to comment on things that have happened 5 minutes ahead of when they do, which is annoying, but I suppose we could... nah, there's no point. I could be tempted to put a time delay on, but I'd then have to remember to take it off, and that's messing about that I don't particularly want to do right now. Yeah, the boiler went out last week, and it was going to be fixed Thursday. Well, Thursday gone. And unfortunately, it was fixed, and apparently on Friday, most of Thursday it was fine, and then it broke again, so huzzah. Also, we're in the middle of reconstructing the bathroom, which is back there, and a mess. So, basically, yeah, no hot water again at all, and no even lukewarm shower, because it's got its own sort of heating thing on it, But yeah, boiler done gone again. Thankfully, it's warmer. It's a bit warmer than it was the last weekend, but here we go. The t-shirt is awesome. It's one that Vanna had made for me. So we have an awesome little start from Jesper looking at this. Certainly a hand I would... Yeah, okay, this is a ridiculously good hand from you. What are we seeing elsewhere? We're seeing a double fan pie from JPB. Yep, which he immediately goes into, which, you know... I'm not the one who's been dealing with it, so I haven't asked. All I know is it's not working currently. I could probably make some questions and ask about it, but you know, we got plenty of radiators and heaters, so it's not as if we're gonna freeze. It's just, you know, because I don't have any spare plug sockets in the closet room, I'd have to open the door and drag the radiator in.
Gee.
And I very occasionally loose from the outside. This is a very aggressive start to things. What's Viking got going for him. Okay, Viking is going for quick win to try and nab the dealership. Cash actually seems fairly solid. Or at least would be solid if there weren't 4 calls on this at this stage. There's a Khan coming up. Draconis isn't in this game. Who's Khaning? Okay, Viking has gone straight for Tenpai. 4-7, which is unfortunately likely to snipe Keshes if he's not careful. Yeah, it looks like a Honitsu, so it isn't, but that just means the hand's value is slightly lowered here. It's actually East only at the moment. Sorry. No, it's Dragon Dora 1. So 2 Han. Meanwhile, that's Tenpai over on this side as well with double Fanpai and Red Dora, and that is the deal in. Oh, both his snipe options effectively, the 7 and the 3. It's getting looked into on Monday, so in theory it'll be sorted out then. So yeah, I think Jesper technically had the best start of everybody in terms of what his initial hand was, but yeah, there was just speed going on from these guys. Speed. Okay, so looking around, we got Dora Dragon in free hand. Nope. Dora Dragon in one hand. I've got it the wrong way around again. I always do that. Martian, the Boiler Advisor Man. So, what am I be looking at here? Unfortunately, Triple South is gone, which is unfortunately always the way it tends to go. I mean, he still had dragons, I suppose, but yeah. Okay, what's Viking looking at? Viking hand is looking quite good, I'll be honest. He's one from Tenpai already at this stage. Cash is a long way back, but it wouldn't be a terrible hand if it paid off. Actually, it's got potential Junshan. But I don't think he's going to beat anybody else there looking at this. Looking at Jesper's hand here, he's still... It's reasonable, certainly. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be quick enough. He looks about a hair too slow. And JPB is getting close. He's got a closed Tenpai available. We can get that 6 dots. Failing that... Was that a Tenpai draw? No, he just swapped the 8 for the 6, I think. That's a good draw from him now. If he jumps to 5, that's... Yeah. Okay, so you're very much looking towards a Chanter Junchan here. I mean, he'd still need 1s, and he's already discarded 1, which is a shame, because if he'd have kept that, he'd be in such good shape for just a good hand here. Okay, 5 should go again. It does. Okay, there's his 9 draw, but he's not going for Chancer, so that's fine. There's the 3 dot. Now, this he could call and go for, but that doesn't give him a Yaku. In fact, now that pretty much puts Kesh out of the game. He was looking good until he made that call, actually. I think he just overextended himself, because unfortunately that doesn't really help him. It's not even really enough. I suppose it could be a Chinitsu bluff. There's not a lot of dot tiles out there, so it could be a Chinitsu bluff. Probably the strongest play he's got right now, but he's unfortunately up against the guy who's basically complete and also the dealer. JPB, who is still... Oh, he's extended his options a bit with that pair of 5s, but has also improved the value of his hand. And yeah, Hatsu on both sides basically undoes that. Oh, somebody has a Khan option, but it's Rinshan for... You need to draw a 6 and then Rinshan for the last bit. So that's the only way he could win, actually, out of this hand. Which, if he does, that's amazing, but... Oh. Okay, he's got a late Toy switch if he wants to get rid of a 7-8 here on this side. I don't think that's necessarily a good plan, but he doesn't have a good plan anyway, so... At least now he's secured 3 safe tiles. Yeah, Jesper's kind of folded in the last things. I'm not sure who he's folding against, actually. He might just decide the hand's not really there. Which happens occasionally. Jesper's still kind of going towards it slowly, but it's a couple away. I think JPB is the closest person to actually getting a legitimate Tenpai. Oh, dear God, he's got it. If he can't... Yeah, Khan for the 6. Please say this... No, it didn't quite work. That was your last shot at a Tenpai, unfortunately. You don't have a route unless you've... yeah, you've got nothing at this stage. And what you have given is some food for thought for certain people holding some Dora here. I'm looking at this guy. Giant steam-powered roller skates would look awesome. I do concede this. So it's late, but he's nearly there. That's a bit of a dodgy discard, considering. But that's one-player Tenpai with a bluff. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that can't. No, we did have a hand, but he was still a bit away, and it wasn't possible for them to know that. But still, that was... I mean, if you get yourself into that sort of situation when you need a Khan to win, then all credit for getting that far and recognizing he needed it, but he should not have called those frees. It was, I mean, in fairness, he would have been through a 10 if he'd gone the way I'd suggested, but it was looking a good hand for Chanter at that stage of the game. Anyway, back to where we are then. So... JPP's got another good hand to start with. This is about his third or fourth good hand in a row. This is round 3, so I imagine it's the third, not the fourth. Jesper is developing quite nicely here. Still got a few loose things to get rid of, but already you can sort of see possible 5, 6, 7 Sanchiku's on. And looking over at the Viking, he's a couple away. He's a bit far, he's a bit behind at the moment, but that's not to say he won't catch up in due course. We have potential 7 pair shenanigans going on up here. I'm guessing because he's got the 2, 5, 8 that paired up and not a lot else he can do with them. And he's decided to go for it. If he gets another couple of calls, he can put himself in for Tenhou Tenpai at the very least. And there's another development towards his 5, 6, 7 Sanchiku. He could call that and go Tenhou Tenpai. Okay, so Tenhou Tenpai unfortunately has lost a Dora doing this, which I would always say is not a great move, but he's got a couple of canning options if he wants them. Still kind of trying to develop to the 5, 6, 7 Sanchiku here. What else is available? JBB is a couple away from Tenpai. I was saying the Khan was potentially option, but of course that is the Dora indicator, so it's not in the game. Okay, that helps. Pair of 8s now means his 5, 6, 7 is a bit more locked in if it comes to it. But with all the 6s effectively gone, that's actually a dead weight. It's not that he would be aware of that at this stage. Still, Tenhou Pinfu 2 Dora is never anything to be sniffed at. And that's 5 is obviously safe against Cash. So kind of half safe, that one. I think everybody's kind of looking the same direction here, except for Viking, who has definitely folded out a few of his options. We'll see whether JPP decides to fold here, but actually Red Dragon's already been played there, and obviously Viking is unlikely to want it. Okay. So that puts him 1 from Tenpai. Does he risk for 6 here, though? No, he does not, and I don't blame him entirely for that one. It is an early Suji, but... Oh, very nice. Okay, so it's Tenpai if he wants to cut the 5, which is not easy at this point. Cuts the 8 instead. So he's not Tenpai from that, but he's still kind of, I guess, hoping the 6 is there. Also, Rise Blader, you're back. Welcome back. Now he's again got the 5 for Tenpai. Again goes for the 6 to Tenpai and tries to secure the Sanchiku, even though it's dead weight. But Sanchiku is on. I'm just seeing whether anybody else has developed close to Tenpai at this stage, but it doesn't appear as if they have. Riso, 9so, 3so again, and 1500 swaps round. Sakesh Tenpai, and the dealer remains Jesper. Wasn't played too badly, but of course the hand was always going to be cheap up once he called the sequence as well. He might have been better off trying to go the Toy route, or try and secure it. Nevertheless, he was aggressive, it worked, so... Let's see how things go from here. Okay, useless alien wind pairs in both Jesper and Viking. We'll see how they deal with those in due course. Less blistering hand for JPB, but still not a terrible one, all things told. One of his dragons has proven slightly worthless, so that gets rid of now. And across at Kesh, we're looking at... yeah, possibly Peiko. Possible... I mean, that's easily Tanyo pin through territory, that hand. So... Almost any 2 to 8 tile in any suit practically helps him towards it, so I imagine that hand's going to develop. Okay, there's a Green Dragon, which frees up the Green Dragon in JPB's hand. If he wants to play it, he might not. He does not at this stage. When I say virtually any, obviously I wasn't talking about the low Sozu, but, you know, practically any other 2 to 8 tile he could draw is helpful to him in some way, shape, or form. That, though, is very helpful for a certain Jesper. So there we go. He's completed his sequence there, which is very good. Now it's a case, does he get rid of the closed Sozu, or does he keep trying to develop things? I'd probably incline to get rid of the closed Sozu, but he's decided to try and lock in his Peiko. I think if that's one of the things that certainly I'm guilty of as a beginner and guilty of even lower. He got to Tenpai at least on it, so it's not a terrible... You know, it worked this time. But there were more useful tiles that would help draw. He has discarded that, which puts him in for a 6. No, actually, that's fine. So all he has, really, from this is Reach Red Dora. But he's got a 2-sided weight. It's early enough. 2-sided. All the weights are still out there. None of the 6s and 9s have been played. Meanwhile, what do we have going on over here? We have a possible 7 pairs from Viking. Over on this side, we have... Yeah, get rid of the West Winds at this stage. One was already played, so I think they're all just playing out their Alien Winds and hoping they're safe. And you're one from Tenpai.
Sumo.
That's fine. I've got spreadsheets and things, and I'm not going to do anything major to track it. I'm also kind of doing an ELO ranking thing, or a soft ELO. In the background, which I'll be developing for the next one. There's not going to be another one of these until January, so it's nice of you to offer, but it's not required at this stage. I have enough skill to at least get a spreadsheet up, and I'm happy to just have that rather than go for a fancy site or anything. Besides which, t-shirts was the future, sir. T-shirts. Including one that says possible Itsu, when it's clearly not an Itsu, and I'd have to probably explain how that looks. In fact, what's the worst hand I've done that I've said possible Itsu of with something like 4 tiles? I'm sure one of those would be fine. Anyway, about this game in progress. So Kesh has got East. He's not really too far developed, even with that call, though. He does have 2 Dora in his opening hand. So East 2 Dora is free Han, and certainly that's worthy enough to go for. But he might have wanted to wait on that first East. Actually, he might have waited on that first East. When did that get played? This is why I should pay more attention. That might have been the last one, in which case I take back all my comments about that. At that stage, you probably had to. But it's not going to be a thing for a while. This is going to be the last one for a while. This is true. It could be useful for Blood Bowl shenanigans. And if you put a soft ELO system on that as well, then that's fine, just to test it out. I say soft ELO because it's not strictly speaking ELO, the way I designed it. It's based on K10, K20, so 20 points is the maximum swing. And based on the ELO difference, obviously that's... if it's narrow, it's going to be a +10, -10, +12, -8 for the next 50 gap, 50 gap, 50 gap, 50 gap. But also, I should really be paying more attention to this, because that is now Tenpai for East Dora 1. He did cut his red 5 to get that, which is unfortunate. I did do an LP as tournament of it a while back, and I think that was the last time I played it significantly. Actually, no, tell a lie. I did also a 10 rounds of a team in a 40-second league on my channel, which got a bit ridiculous at one end. But yeah, I did set up a tournament a little while ago. And it would probably be Blood Bowl 1 rather than 2 at this stage, because I don't think any of us own it. And also, you know... spoilers! And also, yeah, Suanku attempt. Oh, that's... Yeah, that was a Suanku attempt. Toy Sananko at the moment, which is fine. So we've got a few players in tempo. I've really not paid attention to this, and this has just been an interesting hand. Look at it. There's the forward up. It's technically callable, but you don't want to. There's no point.
Kang.
There's a Khan.
Home.
There's another pawn, and is this the point where...
Don't.
Yes, it is. You didn't gain any additionals, but hey, 2,000 points is 2,000 points. Yes, but it might be Chaos instead. I can't remember which one's last. Khan is better than Pawn is better than Ron. In fact, no, Ron, it's the wrong way around here. It's fine. Sometimes you do get in those moods. It didn't actually change the game state in any way, shape, or form, but... Oh, the Khan. I don't know what you were talking about from that, but yeah. Yeah, one of them has all of them, but I can't remember if it's Legendary or Chaos. I've certainly owned all of them because I'm silly and I bought all of them. I determined I was not going to do that with Blood Bowl 2. So if I do ever buy Blood Bowl 2, it'll be when I have basically there's the unlocked version at the end. Yeah, this is the thing. If you are buying Blood Bowl 1, you want it all.
Don't.
Riichi Patsu. Riichi Patsu Dragon. What was that? Mr. Viking Man. What was that? Keshi has now got a solid lead. Should also actually prepare to update things.
Home.
Okay, so he's possibly going a bit overkill now, because this hand is nowhere near. Nowhere near. So, wonder... I'm just having a look at the various hand states at this stage. Sorry, my commentary has been all over the place and it's not really been focusing on this. Apologies if this is what you want to focus on. Yeah, this is why I say want to check, because I'm not sure. I'm sure Chaos Dwarves were the last team added, and it makes sense that would have been in the Chaos expansion.
Riichi.
Okay, we have a reach from Jesper, 2-door in the reach. West at the start of South 1. This is a very good hand, actually. Reach 2-door, always a good hand, actually, but this is the time when he needs it, because this would propel him into second. And if he gets the hit off of Kesh, who does have one of his outs as his loose tile. In fact, he has both of his outs, actually. But that might actually convince him not to play that. He might, yeah, because now obviously the 4's helpful for him. Oh, that's very good, but still one away. Probably could have played that east rather than the 9, but I suppose it doesn't make too much. Yeah, indeed. It doesn't matter what versions you've got, but I can't remember the Access versions. It might just let you have all of them. Okay, here's another 6. Yep. Looks like he's in the pair there. So he's now in a single weight for the 4, which is fine. Unfortunately, now he's got to change his weight, and if he does, he deals in.
Riichi.
I'm surprised at that, but I thought he was going to keep that. Oh no, he's not. Yeah, he's no longer in Tenpai, but yeah, he's gone out of Tenpai doing that.
Chi.
Because if he'd have waited, he'd have got the win. And there we go. Unfortunately, he gets the loss. Reach Pinfu, 2 Dora, and no order. So 77,000 swap. That puts these two about even on. Yeah, just about even. 4,000 points in it. But there are 2 guys in. Oh, there are 3 people in it, and Viking is well behind and needs something. That is tempting. That is tempting. And yeah, I mean, I get that, but oh, that is tempting. I could cover that. So yeah, commentary out the window. Stuff is happening, tiles are being played, everybody's confused. So, what do we got from Jesper here, who could do with a solid hand here if he can get one together. Does appear to be looking towards that Itsu. But I've made it now, so it's no longer bugging me quite as much as it was doing. I take none of the blame for that, sir. I take none of it.
Home. Riichi.
Okay, what have you got? You've got a Tenhou. Yeah, Tenhou only, with 1 Dora. He's in last place and dealer, so this isn't a bad decision at all. He's also got 2 potential card options if he draws the 7 or the 4, which technically is possible. But Riichi, Tenhou. Riichi, Tenhou, Dora 1, yeah. And 2 order, that is dealer Hanneman. And suddenly we have a complete reversal, and unfortunately Viking is back in the game. This is a monster start from a certain Mr. Jesper here, and that's definitely a take, because this could very easily stretch to this. The champion will be crowned at midnight.
Gee.
I should put a timer on this. Hold on. See if I can find a quick countdown. Okay, no worries, Jesper.
Chi. Kan.
Bear with me 2 moments while I just go and mess around with this, I think. Oh, actually, I won't be able to do this, am I? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You all know when midnight is. Or should know. Anyway, we now have a Tenpai for this Chancer Dragon. And oh dear god, this has gone crazy. Alright. Catch you later, Jesper. Have a good evening. Oh, what is happening here? I've not paid attention to this at all, and this has gone mad. We've had a card from Jess from Viking. We've had Tenpai on the board over there. We have Tenpai from you as well, very nearly, with a possible Itsu. There's a 7. That is a Ron. That is a thing. 2,600 Chancer Dragon. Which is enough to put you in the lead. You are dealer. Last hand. Alright, second to last hand. And not a bad start to this either. This could still be close between the 3 of these. JPB needs some luck. See you later, Jesper. Have a good one. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Mandatory Gift Exchange Day and all the random greetings I will give. And chips. And if you win the trophy, unlikely though it is at this point, congrats, sir. Been a good player to play with, and it's always a pleasure to play against you. Possibly too much of a pleasure in at least 1 or 2 cases, especially when they just get that jammy. But, yeah. Catch you later, sir. As always, appreciate your comments and whatever. By exploded or... And chips, yes. Indeed. So obviously this game is just ended. I'm actually hoping I'm not in a game at the moment. I don't appear to be. That's alright. Well, if me and Viking both have absolute disasters, it's technically speaking possible. I just want to see the end of this game, so if we do start up, bear with. Also, I would like to update the table, but I can always do that and then do the next one as well. So how are we looking here? Jasper's... Cash is not looking too bad from that hand, actually, from what he's just pulled there. He's close. And that kind of went back and forth and is only really Tenhou that, and JPB gets a win. 1,000 points into the last hand. We kind of already know that our guy wins this, but let's find out how he wins this. Dragons in his opening hand and a terrible starting hand, really. Sorry, just bearing with. Okay, so it might be a possibility that we start this. Worst comes to it, I can always do double when the game ends, so I'll have both tracks on the tracker. I know this one's first, so... I believe it'll give me a notification. Actually, well, it gives me a sort of dong-ish sound. Battery's dying. Yeah, I don't think Jesper wins this hand. I'm just looking at it now, and this looks terrible. I mean, he can pair up absolutely everything, I suppose. He could get it. Game has started. So I'm going to have to forego the end of this one and deal with random background noise. So, Draconis, Kesh, Viking, and I'm going to be confused by double noises for a bit, so apologies. Okay. So now concentrating on my own games, White Dragon to start. Again, if you wish to play, you may play. Just make an account or a temporary account and get into the game. The link is the first one down below. But you'll have to wait until the next game, I think. Right. North is mine, and Green Dragon has been played, so we'll get rid of that. Also, Chi, which is not in this game and is just... what's going on? There are 2... Okay, I have 2 Dora. Pon as well, which is not called God darn it, this is getting annoying. Hold on, can I mute that? Back to this. I've turned that off. I think that will prevent that from happening and prevent me from going slightly mad. Okay. So this is not a bad looking hand. Also, it is a very good looking hand. If I can get a 2-3-4 Sanch Q out of this hand, this would be phenomenal. It's not looking immensely likely though. One North has been played. I'd like to get a second. Not looking likely right now. Failing that, of course, I could try and push Tenhou, which is not a good idea actually, because I'm gonna have to use that 1-2 somehow. So I'm still okay with keeping the North for the moment. There's still 2 more of them out there until it becomes a useless tile to me. I don't particularly want to get rid of it. It's also likely to be a safe tile if it comes to it, because it's unlikely they would want to be waiting on a non-bonus wind if they can avoid it. We are not going to call the card. Okay, that gives me a pair there as well. Let's dump the North now. So I could try calling triplets and just seeing if I can push it, but I still have this. Either way, I've got something to deal with here. That's not a bad draw. Is the 3 more likely than that? Possibly. Helps me on towards Tenhou at least. It's also getting quite late, so any attack I do make now has got to stick. So I need to draw the 3 ideally here, which is less than likely to happen right now. Dump 2. 3 Dora then. Okay, this hand is actually getting a bit ridiculous. What have I got that works against this? Not much. If I draw the 3 now, I'd probably go for this. I think the 9's going to be okay. This is a very good hand, but
Sumo.
these Sumos before we get any closer with it. So that is a West Sumo. And it is a West Hanneman as well to begin the game off with. So a huge lead to Draconis to begin with. Guess his dealer takes a bigger hit than us. I mean, it wasn't a bad hand that we had, but as I say, it's not always about who has the best hand, it's who has the winning hand. Start with the 8, which I probably should have kept in favour of a North now I think about this, but you know.
Home.
We're not thinking about this. North can go.
Home.
Okay, 2 dragons have been called by Draconis here. Does he have the little dragon? No. Now, this is a very interesting start. Whether or not he has anything or not is irrelevant at this stage. What's important is he's accelerated and is basically there already. The good news is I am looking at a 3-sided weight whichever way I do this, so I want to keep this as my pair, I imagine. But I'm 1 from Tempai now. That is Vidora.
Chi.
Okay, 1 Dora called by Cash. Good luck! There are guides. I think I've linked them in the past. If not, Debbie could probably try and help you. I'm not going to call that because I don't have Tenhou. Okay, interesting. I could have gone that way, but I feel the pin 2 is their better weight, really. The downside is the 6 is also going to be a dodgy tile to get rid of now. Let's try and get rid of it now, then. 7 looks a bit safer. And I've always got the option of training up for the 1 if that comes that way around. Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Well, it's not really a problem. I just couldn't be bothered to cut in a video at this stage. All right, I'm actually folding this one. Why did you use the... Okay, fair enough. So 1 from Tenpai again. This time I could go Tenhou. Now they're free safe, so we'll get rid of that now. Oh, god darn it, we're basically there again, aren't we?
Chi.
Okay, that's an attacking play. All the 2s and 5s are gone, so I don't know what I'm doing with this, really. Folding. Completely and utterly folding. There is no other plan. There is still no other plan. Rumors of another plan are treason and hearsay.
Chi.
Okay, that probably means Cash is Tenpai. This is where we find out Egan's in a match with Grandmasters. Okay, there with. I might have to do another browser thing in the middle of this. I'm not dealer, so bear with. Oh god damn it. Okay, West Wind. $640. Okay, there we go. So we have a countdown timer, which I'm just going to put in the somewhere. What am I calling? I don't know. Not calling that. Oh, I could have done as well. I have a bloody Sanjiku on. Darn it. All right. I don't really got to cover my own stuff, so I'm going to put that up there. It's probably the safest place for it. So there we go. We have a countdown timer. Also, White Dragon. So I've got, by accident and not really paying attention, I've hit a Sanjiku. Unfortunately, the way this is setting up, it's unfortunately looking like it's not going to be a very good Sanjiku here, or very likely.
Riichi.
Dump the 3 again. East is on. Actually, East could be safe. East probably is safe. And we also know the 2-man is safe, so I'm drawing the safe tiles. Hatsu is not helping. Yes, you're helping keep me distracted, but I lucked into a good hand anyway. Unfortunately, he lucked into a better hand. Mr. Draconis in the lead.
Dong.
And there's dealing, which is going to be for a fair amount. Hey, if that's what you feel it is, then, you know. Well, the good news is I'm not going to lose any points to to Viking at the way we're currently going, with Draconis just staying as dealer for the rest of time. But into a second East 3 repeat. And also, I'd imagine it's translating as that because you have a very poor translation engine. Okay, this isn't too bad. Like, this is certainly workable. It's not brilliant by any means, but I can get 3 Han out of this. Certainly another one if I can get another 4 there. So this could be... Might even stretch this to Sanchiku, but... Yes, there are games against AI options. Or either that or you've just joined a random free play game. Okay, 1 from Tenpai. Let's get rid of the 5 dot to make it work, but if I can get Ipeiko, Pinfu, Tenhou, I'll certainly take that. Ooh. Do I gamble that way? Yeah, okay, fine. I never get this hand, so seeing it possible means I'm going to go for it. We're going to go Ryan Peiko here. Fortunately, that's another 4 dot gone, so we're now going to have to gamble on this, but technically this is a really bad play. Who cares about the technicalities right now? I could also go 7 pairs if the East comes up, so either way I have some options. Yeah, I'd have had 7 pairs if I'd not done that. So yeah, that's an example of a bad option, but for a Yaku I don't often get a chance to get, and I just, you know, I'm going to be mid of jam. This is the sort of hand I want to be jammy with. So now I have to draw the 4, either of the 2 4s. Draw the 1 of a 7. Well, that's fine. I'll go Pinfu, Ipeiko, or just Pinfu, Tenhou. But Tenhou, Ryan Peiko would be... Oh!
Riichi.
Riichi, Tenhou, Ryan Peiko. Riichi, Tenhou, Pinfu, Ryan Peiko actually is Hanaman. Oh, Hipatsu!
Dong.
Ryan Peiko off the top. I think I've won with that hand. It's at least Byman. It's no. Okay. Darn. Draconis gets the monster there, but that had to be done for. Okay, I'm just going to do the spreadsheet updating for the last 2 games, but I also need to find out how the other game went. So, where are we? Where is the other game gotten to? There we go. So, this game ended with Jesper getting a plus 46. Kesh gaining a plus 14. Viking getting a minus 15. And JPB getting a minus 45. So let me just add that onto the sheet before I do anything else. So Viking gets another negative 15. JPB goes down to 0 because he hit that 0 point. Jesper gains a plus 46. And who haven't I not done? Kesh. Kesh actually gains a plus 14 from that. Okay. Oh, and equals. Okay, adding to that, we have our results of our current game, which has Draconis gaining a plus 60. Is that? Yeah, that's a plus 60. I get a plus 17. Viking goes negative 19, and he's basically doing a sort of fairly even game as it happens. And Kesh has a minus 58, which I believe is going to put him back to 0, which is unfortunate because he was doing quite well. Yeah, Kesh goes down to 0. Draconis has a late charge on this title at the moment. Viking negative 19. And myself with a plus 17. So let's go and do the sort. Sort by D, Z to A. Ba-dump. So Draconis has taken over third position in the table and is now within striking distance of second. This trophy is looking more and more like mine all the time. So, moving into a game which has already started. So I shall log into that and then we shall spectate on this thing, I think. Bear with while I do some adjustments. It's fine, don't worry about it. It'll all be good. Right, so in this table we have JPB, we have Kesh, we have Draconis, and we have Viking. Guest chat is disabled. Yes, this is true. So while this game starts, I'm going to quickly... Actually, no, I've got a drink, so it's fine. I'm just going to have a drink. And enjoy my probable trophy. I will be honest, the next year's league will probably be based on the ELO ranking rather than necessarily the overall winner, though I might actually just have both going on in the background. Being ELO, it means it's more sort of, it's less swingy because the current thing is swingy. You probably are watching a game. I mean, that's kind of what you were doing anyway, but you know. I should probably go and plug that in, but that's going to be annoying. I'm watching game. I should also actually have a quick bemused check on my... Because somewhere... One of these things. There we go. I'll try to find out what my YouTube things is. We've been streaming now for 2 hours and 30 minutes. We've had 12 concurrent visitors, and the average watch time is about 22 minutes. And you're watching this. What I'm doing. Do you understand what I'm doing? Is more to the question. Watching a timer. I mean, it's possible we might get 3 or 4 more. We might get another 6, 7, 8 games in before this ends, but it is looking, unless I have a disastrous round or two. Well, it doesn't necessarily follow because it's always each game is zeroed out, so the only plus and minuses available are what's already in play. So playing more games doesn't necessarily give you an edge. The only thing it does do is allow you to get to higher levels if you're consistent enough. Which is why I think the ELO system is slightly fairer in that regard. If somebody plays a lot of games and gets massively ahead of you, you can't really catch them up very quickly. You can't do that in an ELO ranking either, but if somebody is ahead of you, you get more points for beating them. So therefore, you naturally sort of regress back to the normal sort of ranking system rather than it being dead swing. Because as I say, this is the problem with this sheet. We've got 4 people on 0 just on the basis of having losses. So this is not a perfect system. It's just something I built up for random purposes. But we shall see. I'm definitely probably going to keep this going. I might have the overall sort of ranking in the background. But next year's event tournament is going to be based on an ELO adjustment. Okay, so we have round 1, and I just realized I turned all the sounds off. So we are playing behind Viking, who is my main challenger. But if Draconis can beat him in this, that is going to put him well into contention, I feel. So really I'm going to be concentrating on these two. No offense to these two, but they now need a lot to get into third place now. And I think we are looking at the battle for second. Unless one of them goes massively off. And, I'll be honest, Draconis has had a really good day today. He's up 100 points already off what he started at. He's at 146. I think he started around 50 points, something like that. So he's now... Ooh, okay. What Viking does have. Viking has... East Aura 1. Is he going to complete the Itsu? I know. I know. Unfortunately, because of spoilers, that he's likely to win this one, unless he just direct hit the Draconis, which might be what he meant by that. I was wondering if he drew a few more Manzu tiles, would he just go and completely switch out for an Itsu East, which would be ridiculous. He might do that, you know.
Riichi.
Nope, reach. Oh, he's going to go for the Itsu. Reach Itsu. Dora 1 is Mungan. Didn't get the Ipatsu, but I imagine that free mana is coming somewhere. Missed the chance of getting Yeast involved, which was unfortunate because he's already dealer. But this is already dealer Mungan, so it is the perfect start if you can get it. Immediately puts everybody else on the back foot, and obviously means you can then concentrate on just trying to win games quickly.
Chi.
Also means you don't have to chase the game and do things that are a bit unusual. But it is early game, so it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, even with this big win. And that is, what are you actually on? Kesha's again gone in with Yakulus Tempai. It'd have been fine if they weren't 9s. If they were 8s, then he'd be alright and he'd have got it. But what's Draconis looking at here? I think Draconis is mostly folding here. He's got a 3/6/9 currently holding in his hand. Unless something massively develops towards something. I don't think he's going to get rid of the 6 or the 9 here. 6 or the 3, rather. He might well do, though. Depends. That is starting to develop for him. I think you're in the process of folding as well. That 2... Okay, yeah, he's folding. Without shadow of a doubt. Red 5 gets played. I was about to say that 3 was looking dodgy. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay, so Kesh gets hit for dealer Mungan, and that puts him 13,000 points in the lead. Or 12,000 points in the lead. Going into round 2. Don't know why I'm thinking, okay, the game's already over. Oh, and these just... Okay, this is where Viking is going to go plus 70. The way he's going at the moment. Oh yeah, sorry. I mean, that's normally fine if the game state is just normal, but that actually makes a bit more sense. So, yeah, thanks for that. Oh, God. You see, there's nowhere I can actually put it anymore, because if I put it there, you're blocking the discard. I suppose that's possibly fine. Yeah, that is the only place I can put it, I think. Because that won't block then the... Yeah, that won't block any of his visible things, and it also won't block any of his discards. Okay. So back into the game state. Somebody already has a set of dragons, bonus Dora in hand. These are also bonus dragons. So this is Hatsu Dora Sun. Hatsu Dora 4, rather. Hatsu Dora Yon. And that's already Mungan. A second dealer Mungan in succession is lethal, and he's 1 away from it. Is anybody else even close? Kesh has completed a set of South, which doesn't give him a bonus. Draconis is okay, but still a couple away. And there is a reach there. It's not going to be a pursuit reach because he was playing a dodgy tile, and also he now has his 2-sided weight set up. Now, most of the 5s appear to be caught up, but... Oh, Riichi. I didn't reach that. Still, that is a dealer Hanneman on top of a dealer Mungan. He is storming into the lead at this stage, and that is what I meant. He's just going to go plus 80 in this game, I think, the way this is going. He's already looking at plus 30, 50. Yeah. I want to go and twang them into space. I want them chips. Or duck punch pizza. So looking at the dealer, who is in a monstrously good position right now, is a 30,000 point lead on top of everybody at this stage. He can just play at his leisure here. What I really need to happen is for him to deal into somebody else's Yakuman, but I feel that's unlikely. Though, Draconis has a potential comeback on here. Chanta Sanchikyu, I'm being optimistic on his behalf because I have to be. Chanta Sanchikyu, Hatsu Dorion. That would be fine. Get 4 up those, but dear God, this guy's already in Tenpai. Yeah, he's already Tenpai now, and it's just twirly splat death is really good value. Yes, it is. Oh dear, I might be playing some more of that recently. I've installed it on my laptop certainly, so I'm going to be playing that while I'm in the US, I think. But yeah, already in Tenpai. It's just Ipeiko, but at this stage, he doesn't need any more than Ipeiko. Ipeiko's fine. Ipeiko's just him being annoying in the background, because he's got there with no risk. He'll probably fold the moment it becomes relevant to, but... is he getting there? He's getting there. He hasn't got his pair set up, though. That's the only reason he hasn't canned this yet. He'd also like to can Riichi. Guess thoughts, 100%. I don't need to use the restroom. Indeed. I mean, the only reason I stopped my... Okay, apparently we got another game going on. Which is a shame, because I wanted to continue this one. But we'll have to watch on. I imagine Viking's going to win it. Oh dear, we have Aegon and an unknown in this. Okay. Is that Chiral? This will be Wibble. What have you done, sir? What have you done? Well, I know you're in it. You're the one I know. You're the game I recognize. Aegon is Aegon. So I've got 2 complete beginners, one of which I'm fairly... Actually, in fairness, Chiral, if that is Chiral, does know how to play the game at least. Aegon has 0 practical knowledge of this, has never asked me to tutor him, which I'd be honest, I would offer it. It's a Patreon reward as well, actually, oddly, but you know. But yeah, I have not explained this game at all to him because, you know, while he claims not to know, he's never shown any interest in trying to play. So, no, he does not know how to play this game. This is gonna be interesting. Are you even fully aware of what the numbered character tiles are? Because honestly, that's going to throw you at start, even if you're aware of the game. Well, do I need it? I mean, this is almost just a flat duel between me and Draconis, and honestly, my best chance of doing anything significant here is just hate Draconis a little bit here. Also, the fact that Draconis is in this game means that the other game's over. So yeah, we have 2 new late entries to the tournament, and I do not have a hand capable of attacking with at this stage. Well, there is something to be said for discard theory, but also you're playing against players who are quite high level. So they know how to kind of play defensive when they need to. This is not helpful to me, so I'm not going to call it. Just because there's a button does not mean you have to push it. Except psychologically. Psychologically, you have to push the button. It is required. Do it. Why haven't you done it yet? But officially, no. You don't have to push the button. Let's get rid of my closed weight here. With a 6-7 discard, I don't imagine that you quite need it, though. You could be a quick tempai here. Somebody can call that 8, which is surprising because there's one already out. So I imagine you can call it for a sequence, and if you were to be able to do it, you'd have done it. So I imagine that's one of the 2 new people unsure what button does what. Or unsure how to call tiles, which, to be honest, I always get confused at. I reach my first 2 sumo victories. One of which I got back, which is just... I draw my winning tile, but I need more value. Reach. Because that's the sort of thing you do on Tenhou the first couple of times. A lot of it is just practice, and playing against better opponents will make you better. Especially when you... I mean, doing the analysis of games does help, especially when you're learning. When you first learn the game and you see all 4 players and what they're doing, especially if they're reasonable players, you can glean a lot from what decisions they make and try and understand why, more importantly. Because it's alright to know, okay, he's cut that because of that, but he doesn't know that information, so why did he cut it based on what information he is aware of? And being able to analyze 4 good players at the same time is helpful. I am looking at a 1-2-3 Sanchikyu here with Dragon, but I'm still a bit away from this. I'd rather actually pair up... If I can draw the 1, that'd probably be more useful, or draw a Dragon. That being said, now I would have to cut a Dragon, but let's go 5 Dora, which is a silly decision. I know it's a silly decision.
Hung.
Oh dear God, I've given him 5 Dora. What have I done? Okay, so 5 Dora. So he's clearly in tempo.
Riichi.
Chiral has reached, which is probably for the best. No. Reaching against 5 Dora, though, is... Would 4 pass?
Home.
He probably would on balance. And it gives me a chance of killing this off, so... Only reason I'm putting myself in tempo right now is for... Okay,
Don't.
there we go. I've killed it. That is 1,000 points to kill Dora 6. It was mad. Okay, so from here, hopefully things will proceed a little more sensibly. They won't. But I've at least got a narrow lead now, so I'm okay with it. We're now to Chiral's dealer turn. And what I've got is definitely not bad. It does not appear to be following discard theory, but that's a bit cruel to say after 3 discards. And a bit cruel to say of a new player in general. And sometimes going off discard theory is to your benefit, in all honesty, because it throws people off, especially if they think you might be going 7 pairs. which normally these sorts of odd discards... I mean, that's actually not terrible in fairness, but odd discards are usually a reasonable indicator of 7 pairs. That is an indicator of a quick hand that probably wants Sozu tiles. It's also the indicator of a hand that's probably going to be worth more than 2,000 points. It's also not a tile I can play against that. We'll risk for 9. So if I draw the free, I'm still in Tenhou if I get the free gone, but...
Riichi.
Okay, deal a reach.
Dong.
And immediate dealing. Well, you know what? I was wrong. That was not 2,000 points. That was not more than 2,000 points. That was 2,000 points, but I have a reach stick. Actually, so does he. He has his own reach stick. This is going to be a bit mad now. So now this is the dealer turn that probably, in fairness, matters, at least in terms of the game state, but I have a really good hand, actually. If I can get that dragon finished early, or draw another east, that gives me possibly ability to go into a Honitsu-ish. In fairness, getting rid of Vedora on the first is a bit, you know, sometimes if you're not going to run Vedora, fine. But I'm going to have to attack into this because I just do not want him having 4 Dora. I do not want you having 4 Dora, sir. Especially not while I'm dealer. Okay, so this is going Dragon Honitsu quite nicely. If I can get the south as well, that'll be useful. All the wests are gone. Also means if I do draw a 4, I could go in for just the 9-8. The 9-6 to try and kill this off. I could even call the 9-6 if it comes up, actually, so. Wrong 6. It's getting kind of ridiculous, this one, isn't it? He's got that Dora 5, which I had to kill in the first hand. He now has Dora 4, which, you know, I'd want to kill if I can. But I have no idea if he's close at this stage. He doesn't appear to be blistering, but that second call probably puts him there now. So now I have to assume he's Tenpai, possibly for Toy Toy. This is Mahjong, Josh. Which is a game I've been doing on my channel now for over a year, but it's a bit complicated to explain overall the rules, and I do talk in terms which are half Japanese, half English a lot of the time. But it's Tiles of Confusion for a reason. It confuses most people who try it, and this is a game with 2 complete beginners. Or at least 1 beginner and 1 complete beginner. Yeah, importantly, do not panic if you're in this sort of situation. The game is not away from you in the slightest. You're just going to Khan, and then there's going to be another 4 there, and then you're just going to sit there with Dora 10, just going... I wouldn't put it past you going for Dora 10 in a bit. Okay, so that's another call from there. So all people have made calls right now. Oh, okay. Toy Toy. Or Honitsu. No can't draw for you. Okay, Pawn beats Chi. Red Dragon is in theory still on. East is not. And that's the only justification for not... Okay, that's fine then. Still, the fact that I even had to consider that is a worry, but I'm against double calls on all sides. This is actually rather a dodgy situation, but I'm now hit Tenpai. 9-6. Sozu, which is still all open, I think. There's still all the 9s and all the 6s potentially visible. Okay, Aiken has Toy Toy. We hope. He also has Tenhou. We hope. He's also dealt into me, which is fine. I will take that. Dragon Dora 1. It's cheap, but it beat Draconis. And I get a dealer repeat. This is an entertaining game for a different reason, I think. Need more Dora, sir.
Chi. Home.
I think this is the other thing that this is sort of beginner's trap as well. Do not call just because you can. It's not always beneficial. You'll see me passing a lot of calls, and that's A, to keep the value of the hand high, B, to restrict information to things, and C, because it's not always beneficial. Sometimes it is having a completed set. It sounds like it should be. You're trying to get 4. But if you have a completed set, you're ignoring a possible double completed set. For example, I don't want to call anything in this vein because it's actually useful as is and can be flexible. 7s obviously is the pair, but it might not be if I draw an 8. That gives me 8, 7, 9, 8, 9, 8, 7, and 7, 8, 7, 5, 6, for example, rather than just calling to get the pair of 7s, for example. That also would isolate the 9s. And just things like that, trying to gain mathematical advantage out of things. The only downside with my mathematical advantage conversation, as I was saying that, is that 3 of the 8s are gone, so the 9 is likely to be isolated anyway. So I may toss the 9 and the 8 and see if I can't take this to all simples, i.e. no 1s, 9s, or honor tiles. I am not going to attack just yet, because I'm still a few tiles away from Tenpai, even optimally. And I'm going to have to draw a 7 here. If I drew another 7, so that would put me quite close. But that's useful. So if I accept my 7s as my pair now, that means I just need to draw the 5, and I can actually call that to hit Tenpai and still be Tenhou without affecting the hand value too much. I see Easts out there, so I know that's fine to get rid of. Okay, Tenpai. So it's Tenhou only. I'm not going to reach this, even though I've got 2 Dora, because it's only the 5. And if I can make this Pinfu, that increases the value of the hand again. The only downside is if I draw a 3, that'd be a 3-10 one. So I'll keep the 5 open, but we're looking for a 7. I suppose we are looking for just a 5 now, aren't we? We'll keep going. It's free Han, and I'm dealer. The only thing I'm not doing is threatening, but I don't think I'll be able to bluff Aegon or Chiral because they're beginners, and also Draconis. He probably could get around this. In that regard, it's probably worth me reaching, because it gives me a free Han definite and 2 possible Mungan. But it's also late, so I don't want to really put out 1,000 points for the game's this close. Does that change anything? Not particularly.
Riichi.
Okay. This time we'll go for it. I'm still, as I say, I'm now just trying to get Draconis to fold and gain some advantage over him. These 2 are not going to fold. I'm fairly confident of that. They will not fold, and your Chiral is probably close to victory. No, he didn't match my tile. Whether intentional or not, I don't know, but... I think this is my last draw.
Home.
Oh, no, it's not. You're going to steal my... You're going to steal my Haite. Does that give me the high tay? No, they gave me the high tay, actually. Okay, Tenpai, you were waiting on a 4-8. I was waiting on the 5 only, but I had Dora. Oh, actually, you had 2 Dora as well, so actually that's not a bad hand. Haku Dora was actually stronger than my hand in terms of hand value, but I am dealer, so I always get a bit of a trump card there. Okay, double dragons. Double dragons and potential Dora. This is a Sanshikyu hand as well, looking at this, so I know where I'm going. Chance of Sanshikyu, dragons. Because he knows Karning is a bad idea, usually. Though I suppose you were in Tenpai. It wasn't the best of hands, in fairness, but it was enough. This is definitely enough. Even if I don't get the Sanshikyu side of things. Oh, okay. Now we're pushing Sanshikyu. If I can get that 8.
Chi.
The downside is if I were to get the 6, would I just stick with that?
Chi.
Okay, so I need Chi. And again going for a Chanter. I'm going to avoid calling that. May seem a slight error, but I have the other dragon as well, which hasn't been played. And I'm not quite there yet, and I think this hand's got some value. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we'll go with that. I suppose if I do draw a 6 or the 8, I will go for it. Also, high voltage. How are we doing? I'm in a house about heating for the 2nd week in a row. Okay, now we'll go. So we're now Tenpai, waiting on the 8 dot. Putting the Suji tile in play as well. But this hand is now basically worthless until I either draw a 9 and swap it for an open Sanshikyu for only 3,900. Actually, no, that would get me Sanshikyu and also an extra Dora, so that would be free hand there. Darn. The only thing I can't discard if I were to call this is the 6, and that's what I would want to do, so I'm going to give that up. Yes, but you possibly have heating. I don't. Not right now, at the very least. But sorry, we're all suffering with heat. I suppose if I were to call the 2nd dragon and change that up for 9, maybe. Okay, I was thinking greediness there, but there were 2 red dragons played. If there were none, I might have considered it, but in the meantime, we stick to Senpai. There's 2. Okay, 7 doesn't really help me much. I suppose I could have gone for a double there, but it wouldn't have helped me massively except making the green dragon a winning tile. The fact that none have appeared so far suggests to me somebody's got a pair of them. Or Draconis is 1 and he's reluctant to play it while there's none showing. I suppose Kyril might be doing that as well, or Aegon, but you know, I don't imagine they would at this stage unless they think they can get a 2nd. I think that's all the 9's gone, so I think... No, actually, not quite. I suppose I could swap it back for 6, but I'm going to avoid thinking like that for the moment. Good news is I at least have Tenpai, so... The bad news is I'm still too close to everybody else to be comfortable with this. We're just being in Tenpai on a low-value hand. If I draw a 3rd green dragon, I may just go into a single weight on the 9. Because there are still 4 of those out there. You didn't click because stuff. I mean, that wasn't for a Ron. Okay, I'll go with that. So, if we do get a 9 now, that puts it to Chanter, which is still 1 Han, regardless of whether it's Sanchiku or not, and now I have 2 winning tiles. Rather than just the 8s. This is where I now, of course, draw the 8s, and that just becomes awkward. But it's the same number of tiles, potentially, but having 2 different types is always helpful. As I imagine, the Green Dragons are not going to get played. The 9 dot may towards the end. And if I am lucky enough to draw that 9, that at least puts me into Chanter territory as well. Okay, will I have the Haite draw? Yes, I will have the Haite draw. So where's the chance of Haite Dragon? No and no. Yeah, you had that. Do you have the 9 dots as well? No. I did not have a single 9. That was the one annoyance of that. I wanted to change it up. Still, we stay in this. I am looking at 4 pairs currently. I could go aggressive and go for a toy hand. I do have 1 door at least, so that would be free Han. Alright, let's get rid of the 1-2 closed weight here. I want to keep the east because obviously if I draw that, that's going to put me my 5th, and also that's a bonus if I go into a toy. It's always worth having a bonus pair just because if it fails, you've always got that bailout option. How are we looking? I've had 12 concurrent viewers. I think that's what I had last time though. Okay, that's nice. So, possibility I can make this Sun Anko. And the South called by Aegon when you see the West Wind in the East round. Let's see what he's got. Okay, so we're definitely looking to Toy now. I've got 1 triplet already set up. I have multiple triplets available. Downside is these are both 5s with Doras, which means them less likely, but... Okay, 7 pairs, 2 Dora. Not going to take this yet. I'm going to see if we can change this into a different thing. Possibly the Dora Dragon would be ideal if I could wait on that.
Wrong.
It's too big a win to pass up at the moment. I wouldn't normally, but it's 9,600 points for Toy 2. I was going to wait, but hey, if it's going to get dealt, I'm going to take it. Done it again. Alright, so South Wind to start. It was slightly unfortunate on Aegon's part, really. I didn't really have an indication. I could have reached it, but again, I wasn't. Dealer is big enough anyway at 4, and if I was trying to wait for either a Dora Dragon, which would have definitely indicated it, would have been unlikely to pay off, but hey, it would have been more point. Let's get rid of my dragons early. So I have 1 Dora in my opening hand, 2 Dora rather, with the red. Aegon calls for 9, and again goes for Chanter. It's almost as bad as the possible Itsu bloke, whoever he is. I don't want to get rid of my dragon just yet, so I'm happy to just play around here. Keep that 5, see if we can't make this into a Pinfu hand a bit later. Kind of relying on drawing that 7, or the red dragon becoming safe, but... Okay, Draconis is on the attack, and I think after 4 repeats we're now on, I think yeah, he definitely needs the attack right now. Okay, White Dragon's safe. Oh, so this hand isn't particularly good right now. I'm still 2 away and I don't have things. The countdown is for when the tournament ends. So that will be the end of the Mahjong tournament table chart thing, which is this, until 2017 one starts up. Oh, also, that's the other game. This is the game I'm actually playing in. Okay, well, this is looking a little interesting on both sides. I don't have many options if I go that way, actually. Let's go to my 9s. So I think this is looking very much like a hand I'm not likely to win, based on player to my right. Toy Toy Dragons, I would imagine. Or possibly just Dragon Rush. Looking at the time, it's very likely we'll get 2 games in before the end of this, so... the 8's probably okay. Okay, east to go. Get rid of the other 9. I'm still 2 away whichever way I do this, but I've got options to keep in tempi at least. I mean, I'm passing Draconis the lead with... I've got 1,600 points on Draconis, ignoring the draw resolution.
Riichi.
And let's say reach from you. This one might actually need to be dealt with. North, there are 2 of those out, so north is fine. No, reaching at this stage isn't necessarily crazy. You're up against 2 calls on both sides, but they haven't done a lot since, so they're either waiting on something specific, or they're both half-folding. 2 more draws I've got to bypass through yet, and I don't have a lot of... Actually, I've got 2 frees. Now, whether they're safe against other people is questionable, but the East is definitely safe because it's the last one. If I draw a 7 dot or either the 4... Yeah, that wasn't quite enough. Unless I get another draw, which is unlikely. Oh, I do get another draw. Done the 8 dot. Okay, so Kyrol, the only person in tempi, and that was a 7 pairs hand as well. Unfortunately, without Doras, but hey, 7 pairs is fine. Everybody kind of folded against that. Draconis is now a dealer. He has 1,600 points, and there are so many bonuses points available for this. That's about 3,500 bonus on the win here. But yeah, Tenhou 7 pairs is not bad at all. Had it have paid off, that would have been Mungan, which is definitely a reasonable hand to have. I am again looking 6, 7, 8 Sanchku here. Already got my pair set up as well, so this is actually very advanced. It's now a case of whether I will get the 7 pairs set up here. Not the 7 pairs, of course, but I was thinking about that. Whether I'll get anything else done out of this. This sort of shape kind of develops depending on things, and the 4 might also go this way, so we'll see what comes up. Ugh, commentary is getting more slurred, but we're 42 minutes from the end.
Chi.
I'm not sure what to cut here. I think we'll cut the 5. It's a little awkward because everything is kind of connected, and I'm still trying to get to this 6, 7, 8. This obviously gives me the possibility of doing Pinfu, which would get both sides regardless, or also Ipeiko. 8 is looking like double Dora Tenhou, and if I'd kept the 5, I'd have had the set there, which should have been better, all honesty, better. So I'm probably looking to cut the 2-3 here if I get the correct draws. That is unfortunately not a cut draw, but I might still be able to make this work for Sanchiku. If I draw okay, I was about to say, if I draw a 6, that gives me the Tenhou. This is a bit more of an aggressive call here, and he is now the dealer, so I have to respect it. He might well be going for an N Sanchiku as well here, looking at things. Although he has discarded a couple of 9s. And now Agen has nothing. Free calls. And that kills any possibility of a Sanchiku, which is the only potential worry I had. I have pin 2 if I get the other side of this weight, so it's not terrible, and I'm enough in the lead that I'll take it. Unfortunately, I've just given him... Oh no, that's not a bonus star for him, so he must be Honitsu. Based on that. Or Chanter. If he is Chanter, that's not good, and I'm going to take the open Sanchiku here. Oh, sorry, the concealed Sanchiku. I'm going to take the win off Agen. Pin 3 Sanchiku. 6,400 with all of the bonuses going on. And that puts me 22,000 in the lead as we enter South 1. And South is the bonus. This is possibly the hand of death time here. Foiled by Shadow again. Wow. But this is the advantage of the ELO rating. If these two were beginner players, I actually wouldn't score very many points for beating them. I might get some reasonable points from Draconis, because he's around the same level. But that's effectively how the ELO system would make this superior, rather than me just gaining buckets of points. One of these days I will make a video explaining the whole ELO system I kind of developed, but, well, I kind of borrowed. It's a simplistic ELO system, which uses a slight bonus based on your rank and score. But the rest of it's just basically versus each player, small ELO 10 on top of a 500 base, which might be a bit low thinking about this, so I had to do some testing. Mathematics stuff. I also should not have got rid of that. I suppose it's better than the alternative, which would have been this bit, but, you know. That still potentially had some use. And no, you didn't deal in. Not dealing in is a trick in this game that you need to kind of learn. Because you can lose games by deal again. It's harder to lose games if you don't. I say harder because you still have to win yourself. But... all those wasted doors. Well, quite so. And that's the downside there. I've got to get rid of the 8 now. If I'd have got rid of the other bit, I would have been able to use that. But there's no point in holding on to the 7-8. Now I've already got rid of a 9. That'd be for a 10 wait for later. I could have called that for Tenhou, actually. Agen again is calling for the sake of calling. You might almost think he has a red dragon in his hand. I don't think he does. Well, we shall see. And that's not a bad draw right now. So that opens up at Impeiko. Also potentially opens up 7 pairs if we were being very optimistic with things. And of course there's additional things I can call for Tenhou if I wanted to make that hand stick. I would still need the 4 dot though. Nah, I'm not going to call that. Tenhou only is not worth enough to me right now. Okay, the carnage has begun. Let's dump that. I would too. Be crazy, it helps. Oh god, no beginner's luck, please. Egan has basically no points left at this stage as well. He's out. He's only in for 2 more rounds. This is going to end quite soon.
Home.
If I just give you the win, I'm going to be
Riichi.
still unfortunate. And there is a reach from you, and you've been kind of building that up quite sneakily, haven't you?
Sumo.
Self-drawn, so that's 1,000 points given away. Okay, Toy Toy Dragon. That's actually not a bad hand. Not a bad hand at all. That does end the game, though, because Aegon hits 0. So let me just go and quickly tally up some points, I think. Aegon, by the way, has 0. Oh, this is the other game. Sorry, I should resolve this one first. Bear with. I'm going to sort this out in a moment. So JPB gained a -23. Cash gains a -57. Draconis before this game gained a +14. And Viking gains a +66, which we knew he was going to score well for. So Viking goes +66. Draconis goes +14. Cash is already at 0. JPB is already at 0. Okay, so now we go on to this game we just played. Fu +57. Chiral +12. He begins on a positive score. Cronus -17. And Aegon will be 0. So, moving back to the spreadsheet of Doom. Chiral, you have a +12. As your base score, Draconis loses another 17 points. And I gain a ridiculous amount I probably don't deserve. Yeah, it's looking a bit untouchable for me right now, in all honesty, which is a shame. I believe we also have a game in progress. Yes, we do. We have a game in progress, so let's go and just copy that over. And will this be the last one? This might well be the last one, depending on how long this goes on for. I will sign up for another game, because if that starts before the timer runs out, I will be obligated to complete it. In fairness, when I switch to ELO ranking, that will make actually more of the, it'll be more fair for new people coming in. It also means that I won't gain 57 points against 2 new players. I would gain some points for beating Draconis, obviously, but I would gain far less points for beating you two. Did you figure out that Mahjong is not necessarily your game, or you need me to tell you how to play it? Because I would be honest, I wouldn't mind. To be honest, if you want to genuinely learn how to play it, I will teach you. Or I will try and put some time aside to teach you. But I have a feeling this is going to be my trophy, so I'm just going to go AFK 2 moments and pick up the sticky note of possible etchings. Bear with 2 moments. That'll do. Okay, Half an hour, and yes, I did go into the chat. This does happen, so I have the sticky notes, which will be etched with the name of the eventual winner. With a pen that does not work. God damn it, where did I get fancy on this? Okay, I have a pen that does not work. Awesome. Or did work initially and then decided to give up. We are going to follow... Who do we want to follow here? We shall follow Viking. I should probably follow Draconis on the basis that he wants to get back into this game in a big way. Also, if Rise has not played in our Mahjong nights before, I need to add you to the spreadsheet. For some reason, I thought you had. Technical difficulties. Yes, indeed. The pen doesn't work. And also, I forgot to put the sound effects back on. There we go. So I'm in logged, but if you genuinely don't want to play, then don't. That's going to be the last game, I imagine. Yeah, but I wanted a nice, shiny gold pen for it, you know. Instead, it's going to have to be written in black marker. No, not on that. There it was. I do have other pens, and then at some stage I'll get back onto the commentary. Does this pen work? This pen appears to work. The etching of doom. Okay. So, following Viking here, he is looking at Dragon, calling for stuff, hoping to get another Dora if he can. Dragon is sitting to the left, has about the same sort of state, really. Depends how far away. Rise is looking okay-ish. Especially now he's on that pair of Easts. Troll wait alert. Oh dear. You've gone into... I wonder if he's about to go 7 pairs. This is true. You are in the top 15. But when I go to ELO ranking, it'll make more sort of things into consideration, especially how beginner you are. So... depending on which anime, assuming your tiles go invisible is not going to help. Relying on Khans is never going to work unless you happen to be Draconis. What else? Yeah, Haite's I get more than anybody else, so I wouldn't say that's necessarily a bad thing, but if you're having to rely on it, don't. What else was there? There was a load of other random magical abilities in there as well, but I forget. Yeah, follow Akagi. Akagi at least will tell you how to basically play Mahjong and how to be insane while playing Mahjong, but hey. I should let's play Akagi at one stage. There are some Mahjong games that came out on the PS2 and the Game Boy Advance, but on the free, I think in the DS, I think. But the thing is, I can't translate them very well. So I need to be tense. I mean, what's going to happen? It's...
Riichi.
Okay, here we go. What is your troll weight? It's a 2-5. Okay, I wouldn't... this is probably not the troll weight he was talking about, because actually it doesn't look bad at all, really. Now we shall see. 27 minutes to go. Now, if you want a Mahjong anime to watch, Akagi's the one. Or possibly Tetsuya, though that's less about Mahjong and more about gambling itself. But I do like Tetsuya. No, that would be Kaiji, but, you know. Same voice actor, so it's fine.
Kang.
Oh, here comes the carnage. Doesn't directly benefit him, but he's already made the reach, so... Yes, indeed. I have to say the live-action anime was good for a few things and strange for many other. Still enjoyable, but it was strange for a number of reasons. Okay, is this going to end? Haite draw. Haite sumo. No. Oh, yeah, we can't, of course, so that last draw doesn't count. So Viking just takes the thousands. We move into his dealer turn. Okay, it's the all-important double east from Draconis. So yeah, Dora East is always a nice thing to have. What have we got going on then? I mean, don't get me wrong, the live action did some things really well, but it was strange. I mean, the way they sort of had out-of-body experiences to represent some of the things they were kind of hinting about. I mean, there's sort of a tell situation, and I guess they kind of did have conversation in sort of mental grounds, at least between Washizu and his assistant. I forget the name of right now. That's Suzaki, I think, or something like that. But I always felt there was more sort of he was thinking and then just trying to judge things based on tells, and you know that kind of worked. But the actual out-of-body experiences to explain things kind of threw me a lot. And then, of course, yeah. Okay, Dora.
Riichi.
Reach from JPB. What's he waiting on? He's waiting on a 9-2. 1-2 has just been played. He's played, obviously, the Suji trap. It's early. And he gets the Ipatsu off Draconis, which is unfortunate. So, Reach Ipatsu only, though. So, it's not a terrible amount of value, but with the extra reach sticks and the dealer bonus... It helps if you understand some aspects of it. I mean, you can't really learn Mahjong through the anime unless the anime is quite boring. Really, Akagi is more sort of psychological trickery a lot of the times, and then some actual trickery thrown in. Tetsuya is entirely trickery with some Mahjong thrown in. And Saki is, let's see how many more ridiculous powers we can pile onto this until it becomes almost not Mahjong. Almost. I'd say through most of the first half of the season, it was fine. It was tendencies and sort of play styles rather than powers. And then it got increasingly more, yeah, it's all about the powers, really. Entirely. Which, eh. That's another game. I could play the Saki PSP game because I know I have an emulator that works, and I believe it doesn't require too much in the way of translation. Well, it's stuff to think about. Anyway, so from here, so East 3, episode 6. Episode 6 of what? Because I don't remember enough about Akagi directly for that, though I believe that's the point where he's against the blind Mahjong master. I might be wrong. Okay, Viking is then on for, yeah, Tenpai 1-4. Unfortunately, it's Dragon only, but he is in the lead, and, or actually second, and it would overtaking, and he gets it. Dragon only 1,000 points and narrowly into the lead. Oh, and that's just that is a start. So he's got double dragon pairs. He's got another pair already set up. The only thing that would be more ridiculous is if he got the 9 out of that, but there we go. So Dragon 1, done. This is another quick hand, in all honesty, and I can't see why you wouldn't take this. I mean, now he's gone this far, he might even just call for the 2 if it came up.
Home.
Okay, so 2 dragons, and now in Tenpai, waiting on the 2. Which is a loose tile on Draconis, I'm noticing.
Dong.
Oh, this is going quickly. I think we might have another game after all on this rate. And that puts in 30,000 points into the South round, which was mentioned. So 12,000 points is the gap from first to last, which isn't by any means insurmountable. No, that one's passed me by again. I'm watching a shogi anime at the moment, which is interesting and not entirely about shogi at all. What else am I currently watching anime-wise? Well, not much. I mean, it's the thing. I've got quite a lot of streaming devices now on my phone, so that is my commute into work and commute out of work. But I don't get signal annoyingly in certain places where they break down. But we'll ignore that and gloss over that for this week. Okay, so I should probably do some commentary, you know. Let's see, what is Draconis doing right now? He is still looking for Pinfu. He's still got the red 5 in his hand, obviously. You know, Finnish Polka just makes me think I don't want to actually watch this at all, but it would be awesome. Mind you, dictionary definition for awesome is Gurren Lagann. And I still believe there should be a Valkyria Chronicles Gurren Lagann crossover somewhere, because just looking at the technology and the look of some of the things in Valkyria Chronicles, I see Gurren Lagann. That's just a possible extension of that. So let's reach across from JPB, who is waiting on a 5-8. You're technically in Tenpai, but only with a self-drawn win at the moment available. Oh, are you for what? Oh, okay, no, sorry. For some reason, I missed that. I knew he drew the 8, but I did not see that. For some reason, I thought he played it. Okay, so that's waiting on the 3 if he decides to go attack this. And he does decide to go and attack it. Gurren Lagann is the most over-the-top, ridiculous thing in the world, and it has ruined robot animes for me entirely. But yes, it is the best. It ruined robot animes for me, because I used to watch a lot of Gundam Wing and things like that. I like giant robot anime, I do. But unfortunately, Gurren Lagann has ruined them for me. Okay, so we have a reach over there, and it is the same weight looking at this. Yeah, 5-8. Okay, he decides not to cut either the 5 or the 8.
Sumo.
And self-draw. Sweet, Sumo Pinfu. Dora 1. So, Viking is dealer and South 2. The game is now JPB's currently, but it's not by a great amount. I think the gap is... Yeah, the gap is nothing, especially if you've got the dealer turn. Two Han basically overtakes at this point, if it's sumo. Free Han would be needed if it's a direct hit, depending on it, but I think any win practically puts him over the top, especially as he has one door already in hand. Meanwhile, Draconis is looking okay at this point. He has completed a couple of sets. And that's looking good for his Pinfu route. So he's now one away. And he desperately needs this, in all honesty. He's lost his last dealer turn. He's still not impossible for him to come back. He's not too far behind. But he definitely needs this from now to start going well for him. And he's held on to the red dragon, which makes a little bit of sense, actually. Now let's get rid of one of them. Actually, no, that made no sense, actually. He'd already played one. Just scanning what everybody else has got. JPP 2 Dora, and a hand that is developing. Again, keeping the red dragon when there's 2 already played seems a bit silly, but they might be prioritizing everything. That's how long before we decide the winner of the trophy. With, just in case you didn't tell that, that's a clear Mahjong tile in there. Because I have Wishizu Mahjong set, and, you know, I only really get to play with that. But yeah, we will play until the last thing. Well, there's 2 problems with that, Egan. One is that's not my style of commentary. And 2, I don't have 50 years of experiences to talk about. But I suppose I could try and talk about experiences 20 years before I'm born if you really want to. So, I take you back to 1965, an era I remember not at all. They are awesome. I mean, I normally play sort of doubles with
Riichi.
We do not have that. What I do tend to do with it is I tend to play doubles with Vanna. So she has 2 hands, I have 2 hands, and they basically work in the same sort of team fashion. But we have a combined, they both have a combined, effectively, point score. It works quite well, actually, and also it's useful for teaching, which is the other side of it, because you can see what kind of moves I'm trying to make. You can see why I'm making them, and it gives me more, and it gives you more ability to sort of guess game states and try and prioritize, and to consider why other discards are being made, which I think is key to the game, really. If you can work out why your opponent has discarded bit X, Y, and Z, you have a better chance of working out what he's got.
Sumo.
And that's self-drawn with 4 Dora. That is a Hanneman. And that, unfortunately, is not going to be helping our Viking ascend the rankings, and it is going to help JPB get a massive score. He tends to do this, actually, in terms of looking back through the stats. He may only have a 0 on the actual chart, but he does go through stages of just winning massive things and then losing the points over the next few games, and then winning massively. So, somebody has an interesting potential start, but I don't think he'd be looking at the Daisangan right now. Not unless he would draw another one. I have a trophy. Well, actually, I don't have the trophy yet. It's possible that it might go against me, but at this stage, it's looking fairly insurmountable. I had a really good game session, actually, overall with this. Cheap plastic roulette from when he was 5. The madness. We're in South 3, so I imagine there's going to be one more after this, and that will be the final one, unless it goes ridiculously quickly. So next game will probably be the last. Let me just have a quick scan over the thing here. Yeah, there's 2 people waiting, but I have decks of Magic the Gathering cards. Far too many sets. I have a tabletop. And a simulator.
Khan.
Okay, Khan on the Red Dragon from Rise, and okay, that's not actually any bonus tiles whatsoever. It's just given, it's just given Viking to. I don't know why I have a blind spot to the Dora order. I really don't. It only affects those dragons. There's only 3 things to remember on it. Okay, that's fine. I was just checking who was actually in it, and because I know this game will, in what I'm seeing, will end 5 minutes. I'm 5 minutes delayed on what's going on, so I know their game will end and they will go into that game and start it up before this one ends. Well, they've got 5:35 to make something happen for it. Actually, they got longer than that, because obviously that game starts. I'll just have to move over and end it. This game goes on into a very long south or west round, which is unlikely given JPB's got 46,000. But if it does go into a west round, that will end it, so... Oh, I think that's game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is now all about turn 1, summon 4 creatures, go. Next turn opponent does something, 1 turn kill. And I don't think 1 turn kills are good for any trading card game at all. I mean, Vintage Magic had that for a while, where 1 turn kills would basically kill the format. Hence why we now have Modern.
Riichi.
Well, apparently the other game has ended, and that probably means that I've got to be quickly assured of what's going on over here. Good news is I have the score already set up, but I will watch what is going on over here to start with. Okay, so that is a direct hit for Hanneman. 1,200, and that puts Rise's dealer turn out. JPV then has the last one. That's half the game. If you can avoid dealing in, you've done well enough. Yes, it's unhinged, but yes, there are magic cards that do require the opponent to play with one hand hiding behind his back. Or effectively behind his back, otherwise he discards his hand. And I once in a draft game got somebody to play 2. I played 2 against somebody to make it happen. Okay, timer is nearly up, so I'm thinking last game then is almost upon us. Just keeping an eye on things, but I do want to see how this ends. But okay, so Rise goes in with a Reach, waiting on. It's odd to do that because you got two Fanpie in your hand, but I suppose it's not abysmal. Unfortunately, it's no Dora, but. Yeah, there will be one more game unless that game just goes immediately direct hit Hanneman, direct hit Hanneman. In which case, that's game. But unless that happens, I imagine... Unhinged and Unglued were amazing. Not the way it works, I'm afraid, Agan. Not the way it works. But if you want to believe that is the case, then go ahead. Also, I'm just noticing how Viking has stealthily gotten to 7 pairs without me noticing. So we have 2 7 pairs hands on the board. Double Fanpie for JPB. One of which he's now drawn, so that's now 10 pie, is it? No, not quite. Oh, that's the Blacker Lotus, which tap, rip the card up, Read the card up, add 4 mana to your mana pool, and then as it ends resolution, remove the pieces of Blacker Lotus from the game. I think I owned one at one point. I definitely own a Mox Lotus. The only winning move, Kyrol, is not to play. Well, actually, the only move that doesn't require you to lose at some stage is not to play. So we are still waiting on one if you wanted to start that off. But yeah, Blacker Lotus. Let me actually see if I can ping that in. Sorry, excuse me. Yep, there we are. You're not going to be able to see that too well, actually. Let me just go into image. There we go. You still might not be able to see that very well, but tear Blacker Lotus into pieces. Add 4 mana of one color to your mana pool. Play this ability as a mana source. Remove the pieces from the game afterwards. Da-da! The Knight of Hokey Pokey. Oh, we're going into proper Magic now.
Gong.
Okay, I believe that is game. That is game. Let me then quickly, well, because I wasn't expecting to be able to do this. I was expecting people to start things up. So, Viking goes plus 45. JPB goes plus 14. Rise, I think, remains on 0. And Draconis loses 42. JPV then goes plus 14. And Viking goes plus 45, which means he's had 2 good wins in a row. It's still technically possible for him to overtake me here, I suppose. So, with... there's quite a lot of cards that are. So we have Outbreak, we have Viking, we have JPV. Final round. All I have to do to win overall is not finish last. Don't bust out and don't let Viking have a huge advantage at the end. That is all I have to do. And this is actually a very nice starting hand. 2 Dora in the opener. And a Hatsu immediately called on my right. Which is fine, because if it kills off Viking's dealer turn, it's less chance of him getting a huge lead. Okay, this is not a bad setup at the moment. It's looking like it's going to be... I'm still 2 away, because I'm going to have... things are starting to bunch up a bit. That's potentially helpful. Oh, we'll see. I mean, we could get our first Yakuman on the thing. That'd be an interesting thing. We haven't had a Yakuman yet in any of these games. Get rid of a 9s because that gives me Tenhou access. That means I could aggressively call this. Viking needs to basically win and for me to have a huge negative score. Both of those things need to happen and he would overtake me. If I get negative 52... Yeah. So basically, if I get negative 55, he gets positive 55, he overtakes me. I wasn't really yelling at abysmal plays. It's you know, things happen. Oh, I should have called that because that would have put me in, but that's probably a better way to do about this. Let's go with that. I still have 2 Doras, so I'm actually happier to... I mean, obviously if I were to get the 6, I see Peiko 3 Dora, but I would prefer... Besides which, if you didn't deal in, you didn't make any really abnormal plays. You folded at the right time, clearly. You might not have been aggressive when you needed to be, but that's something you get with practice. And I tend to be aggressive when I shouldn't be, which is the opposite thing of what you want. So the fact you didn't deal in actually is a credit, as long as you're aware of what you were doing throughout it. It wasn't just luck-based random aganness. But...
Chi.
yeah, so we're going to go for that. I mean, there's only...
Riichi.
okay, I'm in a hell wait for 7s, aren't I? Nope, I'm just in a 7 only wait. Unless I get lucky. Red Dragon's thankfully fine. I think that's the side of it, yeah. You need to name that, so say that's the skill. Learning when to fold. This, for example, is not quite learning when to fold, but it's being reluctant to fold. Slight difference, but only slight. I need 7 to be proven safe, if it can be. And if it can't be, well, I'm just going to have to go with it anyway.
Chi.
Yeah, I can't afford to lose ground to him right now, so I'm going to gamble that. It's a double Suji. If he does win it, it's fine, but...
Chi.
so I'm back in the same weight for 7 again. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible. I'm going to play it anyway. All the thoughts were out, so it wasn't entirely a risky play, but it still could have been. Oh, what is safe here? 7 or 8. Let's go with 8. Alright, final hand. Just going to remove this entirely now, because we do not need it. We have our zeros. So, free player Tenpai, you were waiting on a 7, which I was not going to play against you. It was my winner as well. And a 5-8 from Outbreak is probably the best hand that was available. Yeah, the tournament's not over yet. It's not over. I mean, I've now given myself a 1,000-point lead over you, but I'm happy with that. White Dragon. Besides which, you're one of the people playing Mahjong. You are now on my league table from now until the end of time, or until I decide to lose it.
Home.
Okay, 4's a gold. No, not until this game ends. The only downside with the 4's being called, that's now very unlikely to pay off at least the Tenhou side. Yep. Oh, the Shadow's not singing. The Shadow would doop-de-doo, but that doesn't normally indicate the end of the game. It means I'm running out of things to say and I enjoy the music. I could try and push this for Toy, but I feel against 2 calls that would be optimistic. And that's looking much better.
Chi. Chi.
Okay, so that opens up Tenhou as a potential option. I see 3 of the 9's already gone, so I'm holding the only drawer that's left. Question is, do I call aggressively against his dealer turn? Or do I let him have it? I think I'm inclined to let him have it right now. The 8's probably safe, but getting rid of 2 safe tiles for this is a bit of a dodgy one. I suppose if I draw either of these two or get the 1/4, I could technically do it, but...
Hang. Sumo.
Oh, you goit! You lucky goit. So, Riichi and Kaiho, which, yeah. Which gives him the lead. It should not, in all honesty, be a problem, but... God damn it. I've pulled off one of those on stream as well, so it's fine. Let's get rid of my East Wind for the moment. Well, of course, Draconis is happy about that. It was a Khan and it won, so... Yes, we have a Saki in the game, and it's the one person I don't want to lose massive amounts of points to. I'll play West now. One of them has been played, and it's a bit late. Okay. So we're on for our Nageshi Mungan. Okay, let's cut the closed weight on the 9 side. So it's possible we might be able to make a 2-3-4 Sanjiku. It's unlikely, but it's possible, so I'd be inclined to try and lean that way if we can. Also, my phone has just died, but oh well. Get rid of a 7 dot as well.
Riichi.
Okay, reach across. I have 2 white dragons. I have very little that's actually directly safe here, so I could play risky. Risky's good.
Chi.
I have 1 safe tile at least, but this is aggressive play against this. You did not win off that. I was about to say you managed double call win. Yeah, well done. I'm worrying about safe play and you're just calling like mad.
Riichi.
Okay, so second reach now. This is actually a bit concerning. I'm going to play my 8s. At least the first one. We'll see whether I need to play a second.
Dong.
I do not. Unfortunately, he's starting to escalate a little bit here. So if he were to win right now, he would be on quite a lot of points. I'm still hanging around inside seconds, so I'll take that.
Home.
Will Outbreak now get the Daisangan?
Hang.
Okay, this game has now gotten ridiculous. He is going for the kill right now. Surely. We're still in East 1? Ugh. That was a bad realization I've just had. We were still in East 1. Oh god, what is this game all about right now? I have no idea. I am just gonna play the 1 and just... JPB reaches now, I'm just gonna almost surrender this because this is just getting too ridiculous. Alright, I'll play my third south because, you know, that was such a power play there.
Home.
And then we have a power play over there. Just... okay. Well, I've drawn that. That might potentially be useful. I have two dragons I cannot do anything with now because it's just too ridiculous. Yeah, that's my faults exactly, Draconis. Because, jeez, what is happening right now? I'm gambling on the 2 being safe. Suited against the left. Nope. Okay. So, East 2. I am miles behind. And I might be giving away my trophy after all this. I've said before, Viking is probably the best player of the entire group of this, which it would not be unfair of him to win this. But I want this trophy. Eight's Mustache Mountain. What's 7? 7's the... thing is, I see this all the time. I don't think of it as what they are anymore. Well, I've already tossed a 1, haven't I? Okay, fine. Alright, all in from the side. Let's see what he can do. I'm in last place. I discarded the 9 so immediately. This clearly cannot work. Let's go for it anyway. Even assuming this was on for Kokushi, which it isn't, it's still not really... Even if this was a starting hand, this wouldn't be necessarily Kokushi. Even assuming that, I just got rid of the 9, which I've now got back. Okay, we're 4 from Kokushi. 4 away. Nobody has got a Yakuman in one of my streams. I am gunning for this Yakuman now. We are gonna get a Kokushi. Until it gets proven it can't happen. At which point I'm going to be sullen and upset. But for now, we're aiming Kokushi. The jam is with me. We hope.
Home.
Okay, I think this is quick attack just to nip this in the bud and just say no, no. You're just not going to get it. But the jam says otherwise. Okay, we're approaching mid-second row. We are trying to channel the jam. This is just not working. 9 tiles in, maximum of 9 to go. And I still need 4 draws. That being said, none of them have been eliminated yet. Unless somebody's holding on to a triplet of the White Dragons. Which Viking might be. They might also just be going Tanya to kill this off. He might also have no clue what I'm going on about. That 9 going to start with is rather... is bizarre in a lot of ways. Right, we have a pair.
Chi.
The cheese will give me extra draws. Oh, damn it. Oh well, there's my Kokushi attempt. Now, if I can start with that exact hand to here, I'll see if I can do it over 2. No, this is not going to be a Yakuman. Darn it. This is actually a legitimate hand, so I might have to actually play this somewhat seriously. I have Dora Dragon. I'm the dealer. This is clearly the time to go all in for Sananko. Suanko, rather. Clearly it's the time. So one Door Dragon has been played, but we'll see if we can't secure the second. He was always going to. We went nowhere with that. I'm still 3 away. All right, no worries. We'll catch you later, Rise. See, that's an okay draw. Let's go and get rid of the Tatsu now ourselves. Okay, now we get rid of the East as well. This is actually looking quite good now. If I can get the 3, though, that would definitely... Well, I wouldn't pin through it, but... in fact, either way, I'm not going to get the pin through, so... I need to just reach on the edge weight in the moment, unless I get something that allows me to shift that over a bit. Getting a 5, for example, would allow me to cut the 1. Then go for a 2, 5, 8 effectively, so... I could call that and go that way around with it, but I'm going to hold off. I don't need to flub it. I just don't need to. I need to not lose. This is now a very nice setup, the way this has gone here. So we've got our pair situation. If I draw the 5, that opens up even more possible winning tiles for me. That is extremely welcome right now. You demand, sir? You demand? Yeah, sure. What do you want to play?
Riichi.
Okay, 2-5. Fortunately, 2s are out, so it's just the 5. It might not be able to be doable for a while, but we are looking at Battlestar Galactica because it was Patreon requested. So we may be doing Battlestar at some stage.
Home.
Okay, so he's calling and being aggressive. I need this 5. Red 5 preferably, but, you know, I'll take the normal 5 as well. So Tanya, Pinfu. Actually, no, it's not Pinfu. Sorry, correction. It's also the 6 dot would also win me it, of course. So it is free-sided. How? I didn't expect that to work. Asking worked? What kind of mad world do we live in where asking gets you what you asked for?
Riichi.
This is madness. Okay, it's something they'll have to look at the rules for and see if there's a high quality version of it on Tabletop Simulator, because most of the ones I have are fairly low quality in terms of the image scanning. Oh,
Sumo.
perfect. That is... Oh, Dealer Panaman. Right when I needed it. Right when I needed it, I am now back in the game in a huge way. And I think the jam has been fully spread on me now. There is just no more chance of me getting luckier than that right now. Certainly it wasn't lucky enough to get me the Kokushi, which would have been even sweeter, but, you know. Yeah, I mean, but I still need high-quality scans of it, which is, I need to find on Tabletop if they exist, and if they don't exist, well, we'll make do, but... I'm disappointed there wasn't a Yakuman tonight, but, you know, Yakumans are rare, they're supposed to be rare. I should not, from this position, it's still an East 3. This has been a really long game. Hey, we have things there. Well, I'm back in the game for a last sort of ditch effort to win with a high score, I suppose. This is actually an okay discard right now, because the 5 can likely be my pair. Toyot's not a bad thing to aim for, actually, early game. He was leading, so just knocking me off the dealer turn so I wouldn't do things like that. Which, in fairness, is what I needed to come back with. I'm going to swap out, because if I can get my Ipeco set up, that'd be nice. Because it's looking like I might have to just take the Ipeco or Reach again. You're not the only one who's tired, I'll be honest. Okay, let's go with that, because this now gives me another option. If I were to get a 5 here, that gives me Sananko. I might still have a Yakuman on. Oh, wrong 5. There are also Freedor in this hand. This is actually kind of silly. This is silly powerful. But if I draw another 5-man here... How to play this one? I want a Yakuman. This is the only reason I'm not clearing a Reach here, is because I feel a Yakuman is on. The jam is strong right now. That, unfortunately, is a pain. I'm still on a 6-9 win, but... I want this. If I can draw another 7 or a 5. If I draw the 5 so, I am gone. This is just a case of finding that last 7. There are still some out there. If I get the double pairway, I will go for it to the ends of the earth. But I want this. I want that Yakuman.
Dong.
It will happen. So I'm now, let's kind of reset the board a little bit. I'm still in a reasonably strong position. I'm not at risk of losing, but yeah, I could probably just won that outright, but it felt right to try it.
Home.
Okay, 1 away from Tempai. I just need to draw something that either pairs up, or I'll go single weight on the 1 or the 3. Probably the 1 based on the board. I could do that as well, actually. Yeah, that's better. So that now gives me that gives me multiple things. All right, no worries, sir. Have a good evening, guys. Well, that's kind of what I was expecting with that. I mean, it looked like nothing, and then it looked like possibilities, and then it looked like Sananko, and then I just saw it. But yeah, Sananko Dora 3 is always worth going with. But regardless, I shouldn't have reached it, so I wasn't going to be doing anything different, but I would have gone into a single weight, even if it was the hell weight side, to get that Yakuman set up. Okay, this is looking like a quick Tenhou escape for Viking at this stage. Red Dragon's not entirely live. As in, it's not live at all.
Sumo.
Oh, self-draw. Okay, cheap hand, and he is now dealer as we enter South 1. No Yakuman attempt from me in that hand. I am so disappointed. This is not a Yakuman hand at all. Not even in the slightest. Unless I get very, very lucky and just start massively pairing these up. Which would be rather silly, but... You know, I've done silly things before. Okay, 7 pairs is immediately on. Just on the base, I've had 4 perfect draws for 7 pairs. And another? No, but that's actually not too bad in its own merit. Do I want to attack into this? I don't have Dora. If I had Dora, I'd be toy-toying this, but... Without, I'm probably just going to go 7 pairs. Or I'll see if I can get that set up as well. Yeah. We'll just go for triplets.
Boom.
Again, I just said I wasn't going to do this. My reason for just immediately switching was because I got that triplet set up. If you have 4 pairs and one of them is Doras, then sure, I would go just call from those. Otherwise, I'd need a triplet or something to just bind the hand and make sure I'm at least developing towards it. Because now I'd only need 1 extra sort of draw to get there, and I now have Dora. Only a single, but... If you play enough Mahjong, eventually you will get a Tenhou. It will happen. It also means luck balance means you're probably doomed.
Riichi.
Okay, so reach across the table from the leader,
Riichi.
who is also dealer. Pursuit reach from JPB. It wasn't immediate deal in, but oh god. Okay. 8 dot there.
Dong.
Ouch. Well, I'm back to where I was a little while ago, and this is starting to look worrying. South 1, dealer repeat. I am 38,000 points behind. Oh dear. Yeah, but he's cheating. That's partially what Tetsuya is about. Okay. So I do have 1 door in this hand. Not that door really matters when I'm this far south, but... this could be a good hand, actually. The gap's 105. I am not at any point of this. If I can't afford to lose too many more of those. If he goes up beyond 60,000, he's looking at 80 points, 70, 80 points, which is the point where I have to start panicking about my own position. There's also a bit of a bonus for finishing top. There's a bit of a penalty for finishing last. As long as I avoid those two, it has to be all the bigger gap. So I'm really not. I'm trying not to finish last, and I'm trying to claw some points back as much as possible. As much as I think this trophy is still mine, Tetsuya, Let me just look that up.
Chi.
No, I don't need that. That I wouldn't mind though.
Home.
This is the anime you're looking for.
Kang.
Oh, Bray, why are you putting Khans on the board? I can't afford to lose this now, but I've got so many Dora that I might actually forgive you for that. Yeah, I might actually forgive him for that. It will not... God damn it. Well, he gains more points out of him than he does me, but... Did you just lose a game on the higher ranking tables then, or did you just... okay. Dragon. There's also a couple of... it's basically cheating with Mahjong. And there's a couple of video games that are related to that. And you are actually cheating the whole way through Mahjong, but so is everybody else. It's all fine. But it does mean that by dragging him down a bit more, he's getting less points. So I'm happy with Outbreak winning that. That's awesome. He also is slightly closer than me in terms of overall points, but I am now starting to circle the drain a little more. I'm one direct hit away from... Well, yeah, I'm one direct hit away from circling the drain. And while I've been at 0 points already today, I'd rather not do that again.
Home.
Well, this game has gone on longer than half an hour. But then this has been... We basically spent a bit of... in the big to watch text document. It's okay. As I say, it's not really about Mahjong. It's more about gambling, but... Okay, that's potentially good. So I've got 7 pairs, 2 Dora.
Chi.
Against 2 calls, and the 3s and 4s are now out, are they? No, there's 1 of each. So 1 3, 1 4, and that, which means I've unfortunately done the wrong thing there, haven't I? Also, that's... Okay, tiredness is starting to be a factor now, because I should not have discarded that. I already used used a red dragon, so... Could, but I'm not going to. Okay, 7 dot, there are at least some out, so... It's now about mathematics and probability and just drawing that last one. If you get a Tenhou, which is basically a completed hand at the start, you win the maximum points award, which is 36,000 points if you are the non-dealer. 40, which is technically not a... It's a Chiho, but... or 48,000 points if you are the dealer. The dealer dealing himself the winning hand before anybody else plays is 16,000 points from everybody. It doesn't matter what the hand type is as long as it's complete. Supposedly, the person who taught me this game apparently had won once, but it was a Kokushima So as well. And amusingly, they didn't play double Yakuman rules, but I think they gave that the win immediately. They just started again. It's the only one I've heard of ever being done, and I think, you know, that's just... how rare the Tenhou actually is.
Home.
Alright, there's a 7 I needed. Well, yes, that's what Tetsuya does, and that's how he gets it. You know. Keep up, Egan. We told you the anime I linked you involves that, and it is mostly about cheating. So, yes. Oh, this is just not working. I'm going to be no 10 at this point as well.
Home.
Okay, lunge for Tempai, I think, is the plan here.
Home.
You denied me my
Khan.
draw, and you gave him a Khan.
Home.
Well, I hit Tempai at least, so I'm okay with that. Height A4. I could keep going.
Home.
Why not? Height A. No. 4-player 2. Okay, that was just... Yeah, that was fun. Let's do that again. Hi, Rise. Welcome back. This is still going on. This has actually now gotten a bit interesting. I am 1.5 miles behind, and we are in South 2. And I've had 2 near misses on Yakumans, which clearly is why I am last place. Yeah, it's quite often you see the double reach that actually is a for a 10 double reach. See, if I hadn't have done that charge, I would have been at a problem point, because anytime you're below 12,000 points, you're at risk. It's possible I might lose the trophy, I'll be honest. It's unlikely, but it's mathematically possible. If I finish dead last by if I get minus 55, Viking gets plus 60. That's enough. Both of which are not entirely unreasonable based on current board state, but this is an okay hand, and that is unfortunately when the Outbreak decides he wants to reach. I could try Pursuit reaching. Okay, CG.
Home.
Problem is, I'm going to have to... Okay, so I'm in a single weight on the 7th. Wrong 7. On a single weight on a 7-man for Ipeiko, nothing. I've drawn another 6. God darn it. Two of those have been played. In fact, three of those have been played, so that's fine. White Dragon is alive. Oh, no, it wasn't live. Oh, god darn it. Okay, not only do I play the risky tile, I gave myself a tile with less chance of winning. If I now draw that 7, I am going to be so annoyed. Okay, that's better. This now has a number of ways in. You know, kinda.
Each.
Screw it. The seat reach it is.
4
Have 1,000 points, sir. Oh, and another 1,000. You can't even win with a good hand. Well, I'm dealer now, so... Okay, I'm not going to decide that. Just going to think about how to progress here, because at this point, I need this. Okay, abortive draw. I will take abortive draw with that hand, actually. I need something. Anything that will stick. And that is oddly not much better, but I guess it qualifies as better. Please no second abortive draw, though. That gives me another chance at a Tenhou. And that's a very nice start. Okay. 1, 2, 3 Sanchiku. Chanter Sanchiku is potentially on. Yeah, I tend to play head bump rules when I play normal Mahjong. At least I was, you know. I very rarely play with actual people, and when I play Vanna, I'm normally doing 2-player trickery. But I normally play with head bump. Except on Tenhou, obviously. But I mean, I guess there is always the double and triple Rons are at least punish you for dealing to that obvious a reach that multiple people had it. But then the head bump makes it a bit more tactical, because you can head bump into a cheaper out in theory. Okay, this is looking okay. I draw a 1 that puts me into a Sanchiku reach, waiting on the free. Or I can go reach east 8. It's 1 8, 2 easts. But I am dealer. Atanahane is the Japanese name, but yeah, basically head bump. Basically, it's when multiple players win the same hand from the same discard, only the person next in sequence gets the win. He basically wins before it goes around to the next person. It's sort of a priority system. So is anybody going to be silly enough to play the East? If not, is anybody going to play the 8 anyway? Because you know what, I wouldn't mind the 8 right now. Is anybody just going to pursuit reach this and win?
Each.
Yeah, this is what I figured. Pursuit reach and win.
Gong.
God damn you. Oh, that is game. Please don't be ridiculous. Okay. So I do bust out. Oh, I think he's done it. Hold on. This is going to... Okay. So JPB... gains 7. Outbreak remains on 0. But I can get 60, and I have a negative 51. Okay. Negative 51 puts me there. Plus 60. Oh dear God, sir. We have a champion. And it is fully deserved. Absolutely fully deserved. Well done, sir. You have won. Hold on, let me just put the thing here. Sort range, make it official. So ready, and that. Viking, you have been the best player all round for the entirety of this silly little tournament that we've been doing. You have come back at the very last with that. Therefore, I shall put the official little etching on there. Bear with. You are, sir, the Shadowhawk champion, 2016. And there you go. You have now officially won, and this will remain here up until such time. Actually, you can't see it from there one. Hold on. Can't really see that either. There you go. You have successfully won, and therefore you are the grand champion of this. The table will be reset. We'll be having an ELO system from the future. We'll probably have this as well. Honestly, congratulations. As I've said repeatedly, you are the best player on this table, and I've been fortunate to be ahead of you for so very long. Yeah, actually, let me just do the last bit here. Outbreak did gain... sorry, let me just go back there. Was it JPB or was it... Yeah, JPB gained 7 points. Let me just finish that up, which I've already put on. So, second place, I gained the silver medal, which I don't have the thing for. It will remain there. You know, you can't really see it, but I will try and nudge the screen slightly, actually. There we go. Okay. It will remain there, mocking me over my shoulder for all future Mahjong things. It probably does, in fairness. It probably does. Then you'll put another sticker on it. I mean, that's for next year. 2017. My name's going under it. I'm going to get that. Yeah, after this it will be on ELO because it will basically be a bit fairer for newcomers and it won't require you to play as many games. But good game, sirs. Good game. And I am exhausted. This is a great day. We should definitely do these longer Mahjong nights at some point in the future. Congrats, good job, and I shall see you all another time. Until then, folks, I just did not have enough jam.